the concept of the multiverse,
Yeah.
the concept of alternative universes with alternative laws of physics. If there was something that they could do that might open up a door to a parallel universe, you don't think they would do it?
Hello and welcome to what do we call this? Wrong bath.
Wrong bath.
Wrong bath.
Blood pink.
But she just can't get over that.
No, she can't. And Nerdy Neo isn't helping.
Yeah, no, he's not. Welcome all you sinners. Never fear for eyes here. Devil made me do it. Me and Static here. We decided to get together and stream this debate and hopefully entertain you. I am going to be drinking. He will not. So I'm going to let him pretty much lead the show. So
I'm drinking water.
Somebody's got to keep it on the rails.
Yeah, somebody's got to be sober. Somebody.
I just want to say I'm glad that StreamYard has finally gotten a dark mode. I'm glad they joined us in current day.
I've always had it as dark mode because I use Brave.
Bingo.
Oh, I have extensions that go and do that, but now they actually have it implemented on their own, which always works better than some shitty plugin that doesn't necessarily
Mine wasn't.
know everything.
Oh, he's calling it shitty.
And mine has never been shitty. Sure. Boom.
Good for you.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing? ABF, how's your Tuesday been?
My Tuesday, everything at the office broke today, and I had to fix all of it.
Oh God.
So no one could sharpen their pencils or anything?
Pretty much. The Exchange server decided to stop talking to our domain.
Ew.
So yeah.
Gross. Sorry. And Hayden, how has your day been? You excited for what might be a complete annihilation of Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I think Tuesday for me, I'll just say, has been fairly relaxing. I had some paperwork to get done for work earlier today, but I'm still home. I'm not at work yet. I'm happy to be hanging out here with you guys because I think debate strategy going into it, let the bitch talk. That's all you got to do. Just let her go, and it'll be a repeat of what we saw with Biden, where Trump just turns and goes, I don't even know what you just said.
There's a lot of people out there that want him to go hard in the paint. And I'm like, no, he knocked Joe out last time with not even having to do anything. Like, just let them talk. These people will expose themselves.
Absolutely.
We don't want a repeat of 2020. Those debates were a total shit show.
Well, the fact is she can't win on her policies, so her only strategy is to let him do something that she can then play the victim at.
Like interrupting her because she'll be,
Yeah.
let me speak.
Yep.
Fucking hoe.
But I think their mic's off for this debate, so she won't even have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. I'm sure she'll still try to get it in.
Okay.
Well, they were trying to do freaking like underhanded stuff. Like they demanded that the Associated Press got to be closer to Trump so that they could try to hear what he says when the mic's not on.
Jeez.
so that they could report on it. Like they're trying some hinky shit.
And the person asking the questions, I read that she's a current member or a future member of the Harris administration.
Something like that. Yeah, I think I heard that too.
So
Maybe.
Oh yeah, I don't even know who the
Maybe
moderators
previous
are tonight.
member. I know she's so like people keep
There's a
saying that
connection.
like her best friend works at ABC and she's married. The guy she's married to is Kamala's husband's best friend and like all that. I never looked at it. I can't remember the name. I know if I heard it.
Yeah.
Creating an account to read the article, but it's a personal connection.
Right. So, Gal, how are you doing? What you drinking tonight? What you got there?
Oh, it's just iced tea.
Oh, okay. I was like, that looks funny.
I drink socially, which means meetups and
Right. This is kind of social.
it's true, but it's also blasting to the internet, and I only do that a few times, and then I need to cut myself off. I don't need to be. Never mind.
So I would toss it over to Mo, but I don't know if Mo's there or not. Looks like he's muted, so I'm guessing no. Okay, so I want to kind of get everyone's predictions, but real quick, we do have a drinking game tonight. I don't have any way to show it to the stream in a nice, wonderful way, but I will list off what we have. So the first one is a shot for an awkward laugh, aka the cackle.
And we're all dead. We're all already
Right?
yeah,
She's gonna do it the first moment she gets to speak.
Well, I think they've been trying to train that out of her.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, they've really been trying to get her to suppress that because her awkward laughs were one of her most off-putting things.
Mhm.
And so they've really been pushing her to stop doing that. Unfortunately, with a live thing like this, there's just no way she's not going to. I'm just hoping she doesn't like do it every 10 seconds to where we're blackout.
It just comes natural to her, so training it out of her is likely not going to help when it's live.
Yeah, that's
And-
not.
which
exactly.
also shows
Well,
why
yeah.
she's not the one to vote for.
It's an anxious tick.
Exactly.
Rule number, if that one doesn't kill you, rule number 2 will taking credit for Trump's accomplishments is a shot.
Stealing his policies.
Calling Trump a dictator. When Trump says we won't have a country anymore, or soul of the nation is at risk. Trump mentions her dad being a trained Marxist. The mention of democracy is at risk or anything of that
shit.
sort.
This is not going to work
We're
well.
done, dude.
Convicted felon. Kamala directly answers a question without meandering all over the place as a shot. And then we have the double shot. Trump mentions Tulsi is a double shot. Another double shot is if he actually calls her Comrade Kamala.
Oh,
And then if he does it
I
again-
hope we get that one.
If he does it again, we'll just go singles. But I think he only throws that one out there once if he does. Now, we also have a triple shot on Harris acknowledging the assassination attempt of Donald Trump.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
And then was there another triple shot? I think that's the only one. Yep, that's the only triple shot.
And I'm gonna put it out there right now. We need like a mercy rule. If this gets out of hand and like we're all like drilling on ourselves and boogers just come out our nose, we're
Gal, you're really good at counting. Can you
I
keep
was
track?
actually just gonna say you want to send me the list and I'll
Yeah,
produce.
because I also added a bell to Devil's sound effects for whenever one of the rules get hit. Share.
Hello, all.
So I'll yell out shot and you can
Hello,
ring the bell.
Mo.
Hey,
Rob
did we
says
get the
no
feed
mercy.
hooked up yet?
Is it this one?
Yeah, and then you have to,
Yeah.
tell it to stop, otherwise it's going to keep ringing.
Oh, I have to tap it twice. Okay.
No, you you can pause. That will pause it, but there's like the triple dot box will tell you to pause it or to stop it. What was I doing here? I was sending Gal this link. Oh, here, I'll just throw it in here. It's in the private chat.
Okay, so for our moderators, I've been looking up exactly kind of who we're dealing with here, just in case anybody didn't know, like I did not. David Muir, who is the anchor and managing editor of ABC News World News Tonight. He's, quote, no stranger to the presidential interviews, having interviewed President Biden in Normandy earlier this year. He was the first network anchor to interview Trump in the White House back in January of 17. And between the 16 and 2020 presidential elections, Muir helped moderate both Republican and Democratic presidential primaries. Then our other anchor is Lindsay Davis, the anchor of evening news newscast ABC News Live Prime and World News Tonight on Sundays, and has worked for the network since 2007. Davis interviewed Harris last year and previously interviewed the former Vice President Mike Pence and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Davis joined Muir to help moderate the two Democratic presidential primary debates in September of 2019 and February of 2020. So that's who we're dealing with.
I just realized something. In case YouTube does do something, I'll be putting my Rumble link in the chat. We are live on Rumble in case YouTube does decide to be retarded.
And we also have 3 other members who will hopefully show up. We have Shock, we have Brad, and we have Drew. So more people might be popping in as we go through. We haven't got to say hi to MoZamboni yet. He just got back. How's it going today, man?
Good. I was trying to wire the backup stream. I didn't realize it was going to be such a hassle. I apologize for that, but apparently we have a feed. You have a feed now?
Stack should.
Okay. Good
Huh?
deal.
What? A feed? What? Oh, I think so.
We hope.
There's a countdown. We'll see what happens when this countdown ends. I can't promise anything, but it looks like we should be good to go.
This might be a debate stream without a debate.
Oh, no.
We'll find it
disagree.
somewhere. There's
Yeah.
a means either way.
So I hooked up a network TV tuner. So we're going to take it back to the past here. If it doesn't work, then we're going to pull a feed from my local ABC affiliate.
Yeah.
So
That works too.
Yeah. We all came here to master debate.
It's supposed to be on Hulu. So like I just don't see it anywhere on Hulu. You would think that they'd have that plastered everywhere.
Yeah. You think it'd be main page, pop up the second you open the damn website?
I don't think they want normies to watch it as the thing. They know.
I was gonna say maybe they're gonna be
bury
a half
this.
hour behind, so they can do some stealth editing.
So do you think we get another debate after this one?
No, this is it. This
No
is the
way,
only
no.
one we're gonna get. There's
Yeah.
no way, unless some miracle happens.
It might
Trump has a
depend.
stroke.
Yeah, it might depend on how it goes.
Yeah.
But
I
I,
We'd have
think
to
that
fall asleep at the podium for Kamala to have a chance. Like
Yeah.
that's the only way they get a second one is if. Well, actually, I don't even know if they get a second one if Kamala thinks she did a good job. Because
Well-
why take the risk again?
Yeah.
Trump is leading in the polls right now. Harris is not.
I don't
So
give a shit about
Trump
Kamala.
has a lot to lose, and Harris has a lot to gain.
Yeah,
and
I don't-
let's remember.
Do you think they care about the polls? Because I fucking don't.
Polls are retarded.
I don't know. I honestly don't know anymore.
I mean, after 2016, you'd kind of think everyone would just want to throw that shit out the window.
Not everyone is paying attention.
Well, I mean, you have people like Nate Silver who still believes that he has the best polling strategy like possible, and he's
look at
still
this
getting
guy.
them wrong all the time.
I've mentioned it before. I only trust the People's Pundit, Richard Barris.
Well, there's
polling.
another one. They were right technically because 2020 that vegetable did not win that election. I can't remember their name. I don't think it's Rasmussen. I think it's like maybe it is. There's a gentleman he would always wear a bow tie. He was 100% always calling the winner, and he had his own special sauce. I'd have to look it up. But he would try to be as unbiased as possible. He would try to ask them in a way that would not make them be afraid of answering, I would vote for Trump or a Republican or something like that. Like he had a certain way of getting the truth out of people, and he was always, aside from 2020, which he was still right, people, let's be serious. He called every single election for like the last few elections. I can't remember it. I'll have to look it up. But he's a pretty good one. If I can find his name, you guys should totally at least give him a nod and pay attention to him because I think he does good work.
And welcome, Brad. How's it going, man?
I was told there was a dress code.
No, you believe that, man?
You're a silly
Looking good, man.
And I actually had to go to court today. So I just threw the jacket back on.
Nice.
It's too
Hey,
hot.
man,
to
I
wear
got
a
a
suit
s-
for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got a suit. I can get a suit here in 5 minutes if you don't want to be left alone. So
It's okay. Just dealing with suits all day. Just hate
See,
going
my
back
dress
into
code
court
is America. You can't really
What-
see it, but this is my. my
What are you
gun.
drinking this evening, Duke?
again. Well, right now this is a Sauvignon Blanc. And of course,
I didn't see
one
that.
of,
What was that?
this is one of Isla's finest.
Can't tell
Isla's
if-
one of the 5 Scottish regions for Scotch.
I couldn't tell if it was
Nice.
clear or just very light. Like,
It's actually
I
kind
thought
of
you said
light.
queer.
that is the color-
is that the queer whiskey?
It's kind of light.
that's the proper color for a good Scotch, by the way. I
Yeah.
think we can all agree. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've seen them get really dark. Really, like the 30-year-old scotches get really dark. So that's probably 15. How bad's my sound, by the way? Because it
It's
messes up.
fine.
Seems
Sounds
okay.
fine to me.
All right. 'Cause usually I.
Yeah, you're not coming in hot today.
And it was apparently
Just
3
the-
updates that I needed. On my
Chris Christie said Hillary Clinton was a good debater. He did not. He did not say that she was a master debater.
I never want to hear that around Hillary Clinton. Damn it.
Oh yeah, do I got to go make AI images of Hillary Clinton?
No,
and cow
no,
bikinis now.
No,
Please,
absolutely
God,
not.
don't.
You should ask Grok to make a Hillary Clinton what she looks like without cankles, and then it says bra. Even I can't do that.
That's just stumps. It's just like tree stumps.
Oh, did you guys see today that Trump was tweeting out for like the past several hours the AI images of him rescuing kittens and ducks?
I
Yeah,
especially love Eric Swalwell's breakdown about it.
Yeah, that's what I was loving was
Oh my
him.
God.
Like,
What
having
is
a
this
cry fit.
about? I'm like,
Total
dude,
meltdown.
like, it's called a fucking joke, man.
Yep.
It's a joke.
He's
I mean,
all
maybe
like,
we need one with him and a Chinese woman.
You know,
Or farting.
Yeah.
or both.
Doesn't understand a meme.
Epic Mike fart smoke.
well, they
Look,
don't
hey,
understand.
if Kamala wins, memes will be a thing of the past because that's hurtful and harmful language.
no, he was actually giving the head of the whatever he's on, wherever panel he's
Is
on.
it foreign intelligence or is
I
it?
think it's the foreign
Foreign
intelligence.
intelligence.
Yeah, he was
thought they
giving him
kicked him
like
off
shit,
that.
saying, "Chairman, are you okay? Because I saw you
Yeah.
tweeted this out." I'm like,
He was
dude, what a bitch.
And he kept saying aliens, not illegal aliens, like it's like actual aliens. Like
Well, that's the term. That's they can't throw around the term illegal because it goes against every policy that they have.
it's well, except for the policy being the United States Code,
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't.
which
care
it
about
actually is defined as illegal aliens.
that. They don't care about that at all. Look at these people, man.
Well, I'll tell you who doesn't care about stuff. Donald Trump, because he said he's going to get rid of the Constitution.
Yep,
I saw it.
dictator day one, baby.
Dictator day one. I
And we've got-
tell you, look, let's just do the balancing, guys. Here we go. Dictator, happy, joy. Dictator, happy, joy.
Well,
I don't
okay. So
know.
when he says dictator for a day, he means about cutting back the government. He's not talking about to the people.
Right.
Yes.
No, that's
talking
not
about-
true, Static. He's imprisoning everybody and
Damn it,
executing
why
them.
is he here? Every
That's
time?
what Morning Joe said.
You're such a contrarian, man.
I disagree.
Why do we invite him?
I can't do this stuff in court. I'd get kicked out. My clients would
Is that what this is?
It would probably be effective.
Needs an
It'd be
All I
outlet.
want to do is give the judges shit all day long, and I never.
Yeah, it'd be funny if the judge says exactly what Static. Why did we invite him?
He just keeps showing up.
Yeah,
It's just, is there a license we can take away? Didn't they stop him at security?
So I had the pleasure of a guy that I play PUBG with, and you can nail me against the wall about that, but I love that game. There's a guy that lives out in Lake Tahoe that I've been playing with for 6 years, and he finally wanted to come clean and ask me about Trump. Like legitimately ask me, why do you like Trump? And we calmly talked. I mean, in between getting wrecked by other teams, but we calmly talked about how I was trying to explain to him, because we're about the same age, and I was trying to talk to him as an adult because he's a good guy. He's just misled, you know. He grew up in San Francisco, so you know he's starting out. Yeah, so he was talking about things, and he's just like, well, what about they're suckers and bums? I'm like, no. There's people that were adverse to Trump that said he did not say that. Bolton said he did not say that. But I was talking to him about things. I'm like, it's all pieces of the puzzle. Put the pieces of the puzzle together. Is the Arlington cemetery photos, is that a big deal in the whole scheme of things? No. I understand what he's saying, but it's like, look at the puzzle. Look at the puzzle. And it's just like, what does the puzzle look like? Put the pieces together. If you look at them separate from each other, and I tried to explain to him, I'm like, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, I'm like, they're all on the same team. And he's like, no, they're not. And I'm like, they're trying to get us to fight against each other. It's like, they're absolutely on the same team. They, you know, so it was like probably an hour and a half of breaking it down and explaining to him properly, like, you know, from a populist point of view, like me, it's like you make your money, you get to keep it. It's like, this is what she wants to bring in. She said so. And I basically laid out all the facts. It was a full, just well-meaning, good faith debate. And I'm praying, but I think I got him. I think we got another voter in a swing state, by the way. So
Nice.
not California. He lives in Nevada, but I'm just like,
Could anyone? Sorry, finish.
No, that was it.
Could anyone tell me why it took so long for the Harris campaign to figure out Control C and Control V when they put their issues on their page?
Because
I thought that was
Probably
pretty.
didn't even use that. They probably
they wanted to leave
right-clicked.
it as last minute as possible. That way the public couldn't pick it apart first.
Did they finally update it?
Yeah,
it was
it's
like on last
Biden's.
night.
It's
Let's be
all
serious.
Biden's pretty much. That's why I say
there-
Control C,
Well-
Control V. They literally copied and just like replaced Biden with Harris,
I thought you were saying.
and then 2025.
Let's go down that nerd rabbit hole. Kamala's team probably still believes Alt F4 somebody will send you nudes. All right.
before before we
Well, that's why I said they probably didn't even use that. They don't know what short keys are. They just
Before we
use
get-
right click of the mouse, copy, paste.
Well, they're all millennials or Gen Zers, so they're all going to be idiots.
real quick, let's say hi to Drew
Yeah.
Outstanding. She just got
Hey.
here not too long ago.
What's up, Drew?
What up?
What's going on? Ready for debate. I've been catching up on a bunch of the news today, so
Yeah. We're all ready to master debate.
circus. Yeah, like you said, the Eric Swalwell stuff is just so dumb.
Dude, I thought
So
the
good.
Eric Swalwell stuff was a meme. Like,
Yeah, I thought it was fake. I thought it was,
I'm pretty sure that's
Nope,
what everyone thinks about him all the time.
The only thing that'll make that whole thing funnier is if you farted during it.
that was worse.
Well, if you enhance audio, who's to know what you might find?
What is
Don't-
happening?
Don't put on thermal.
What
gear.
is
Kind of
going
women in the
on?
background.
There might be a few
But
people
then
on
the
this
whole
panel that might
thing-
be able to make that happen.
And then the whole thing that he fucked up so many things when it came to Fang and like all these, like when you talk about like foreign policy things, all the Russian stuff, he's in with China and nobody cares. Nobody
disagree.
does anything.
Yep.
He was
On
in
the
part of
Foreign
China.
Intelligence Committee and just conveniently banging a Chinese spy.
No,
Yeah,
he saw
no big
that
deal.
Chinese spy and he was like, I can change her.
he was
I
trying to
think
say,
the
I can make
communists
her more
out of
communist.
Probably a well-meaning mission if he wasn't, I think, already married at the time.
Yeah.
Was he?
I think
Yeah, he was. I believe so.
I was trying to figure that out.
Yeah, just another
But she
case.
should-
that we
hey,
don't
at least
talk
she was
about
attractive.
policy.
Why don't we
Yeah.
go around the
All
horn?
spectacle.
Everyone kind of, what do you expect from this debate? Kind of want to hear
Well,
what
okay.
people's opinions are on that.
do we want to say hi to chat real quick? We haven't done that.
Oh yeah,
either.
go ahead.
Yeah, do that.
Well, you do that. I'm
You-
kind of like watching the debate thing. It might happen any moment, and I'll just pop it
They're-
up once it
Yeah,
does.
they're coming out right now. Looks like they're introducing.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Hi, chat. Yeah, hi, chat.
Yeah. Hi, chat. All of you in chat, hi
Already
simultaneously. Happy you're
You're all
here.
individually
got 2
beautiful and
minutes.
wonderful
Glad
people,
you're here.
Yeah, screw you, Isaac.
except for Isaac. Isaac is
Yeah.
V.
There's no audience. 2-minute
Oh,
countdown.
they're not doing an audience art. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Nope.
not. They can't have people debunking things live when they edit it later.
So I've noticed on this live stream, they have it in live commentary mode. So there's a chat, unlike the last one, but only selected viewers that the channel has allowed can make comments. So I don't know if we actually see anything, but they could do the
That's
fact
the
check.
definition of
Here we
elite.
go. Here we go.
Elitism.
Here we go.
Elite.
That's a curated audience.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's favored
Yep.
and pay to play.
I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? The economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle class.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Answer the fucking question.
That is lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambitions, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing.
Equity.
And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people.
Looks terrible.
We
Makes you
know
drunk.
that young families need support to raise
Probably did
their
a shot.
children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which
You're
is
in
the
office,
largest
you dumb
child
bint.
tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can
gonna
afford
say
to buy
price
a
gouging.
crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children.
I don't think
$6,000 car
My
seat.
Passion. One of them is small
Mhm.
businesses. I was actually, my mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise
In
us.
Canada.
We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses.
She was one of our slaves.
My plan is to give a $50,000
That was her father's side.
tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's
I
economy.
called her mammy.
My opponent, on the other hand, his
Here we
plan
go.
is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations,
And
which will
everybody in the
result
United
in
States.
$5 trillion
That's an out and out
to
lie. I own
My
an L.
opponent
He
has
just
a
needs to
plan
come
that
out
I
and
call
say,
the Trump sales tax.
The Trump tax
which
cut
would be a
provided a tax cut for
20%
90% of the United
on
States
everyday
taxpayers.
goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually
I just
result
want him to be
for
nice and
middle-class families
restrained.
in about $4,000
And the best thing he could do is say,
more a
Madam
year
Vice President. Don't call
because
him
of
Kamala. I
his
heard several people say
policies
that
and his
today.
ideas about what should be the backs
Well,
of middle
what
class
we
people
missed at the
paying
beginning,
for
he
tax cuts
snubbed
for
her for a
billionaires.
handshake or attempted
Yeah.
to.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago.
Oh.
This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And they're coming
I'm
in
getting
and they're
ready to
taking
prosecute. Look at her.
jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and
smug face.
Hispanics. And
Whoa,
also unions.
he
Unions
hit
are
her
going to be
point.
affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield,
I'm here to
Ohio.
save the
You
kiddies.
look at Aurora in
God, I hope
Colorado.
they bring up the
They are taking
kids.
over the towns. They're taking over
There's another
buildings.
thing
They're
we could
going in
say, but-
violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border
fucking
security
do it
during this
again.
debate.
Good one.
I would like to let Vice President Harris respond.
Everybody in the chat, we haven't mentioned it.
would love
There is
to.
a drinking
Let's
game. If
talk
you hear a
about
bell,
what Donald Trump
we're supposed to
left
drink.
us.
So
Donald
like,
Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great
because
Depression.
of the
Donald Trump
COVID.
left us
He
the
needs-
worst
let
public
him-
health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Democracy.
And what we
9/11?
have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
No, since the
That was
Civil War,
worse.
not even
done
9/11.
and
It
what
was
I
worse than
intend to do
9/11.
is build
Yeah, so
on
much
what
worse.
we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of
Yours?
lies,
Look at her.
grievances,
No.
and
She's
name
going
calling.
after the attack.
What
Framing.
you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous
she's
plan called
being
Project
truthful about her
2025
platform.
that the
Right.
former president intends
Project
on implementing
2025.
if he were elected again.
He would implement. He had no
I
problem.
believe
Again.
very strongly that the American people want a president who understands
I'm
the
amazed that
importance
Kamala
of
Harris
bringing us
thinks
together, knowing we
January
have so much
6th
more in
was
common
worse
than what
than Pearl
separates us.
Harbor,
And
where
I
our brave
pledge
soldiers
you
were
to be a
killed,
president
was
for
worse
all
than
Americans.
9/11,
President
where our
Trump will give
brave
you a minute to
soldiers were
respond.
killed.
Number
But I
one,
guess
have
it's
nothing
worse.
to do,
Oh,
as
here he
you
goes.
know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it.
Oh,
This was a
she's
group of
lying.
people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before.
Look at her
Gonna
We
get
had
her.
the
face.
Look
greatest
at her.
economy.
She
We got
can't-
hit
She's
with
a
the pandemic.
smug
And the
bitch.
pandemic was
She can't help
not
it.
since
About to fucking
1917,
fall out
where
of her
100
He's
neck.
actually
million people died,
being quite
has there been
composed.
anything like it.
He's
We
gonna
did
get
a
it.
Well, he learned his
phenomenal
lesson.
job
He
with the
learned his lesson.
pandemic. We handed
She's
them
letting him
over
in her head.
a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs
Yes.
bounced
Boom.
back,
There
and
you
it
go.
bounced
Harp
back,
on
and
that.
it went to their benefit.
And
But I was
government
the one that
jobs.
created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
Well done.
So,
If I
Donald
leave your
Trump has
house
no
and come
plan
back
for
in the
you.
house, I am not a new house
and
guest.
when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as
They
an
purposely cut
opportunity
away from his-
economy, and the best economists in
He
our
was shaking
country,
his
if
head for
not the
sure.
world,
You've already
have
mentioned
reviewed our
this?
relative
Yeah,
plans
she's saying
for
the
the
same thing
future of
again.
America.
This sounds
What
just like
Goldman
Hillary.
Sachs has said
This is
is
what
that
she's been
Donald
told
Trump's
to
plan
say.
would make
So
the
she
economy
get past
worse.
that
Mine would
when
strengthen the economy.
becomes
I
a
bet
real
you
What
any-
the
They
Wharton
brought in
School has
Hillary's
said is
whole
Donald
team
Trump's plan
from
would
16.
actually
I
explode
bet you
the
anything.
deficit.
This is not the
16
last time she's
Nobel
going to say this
laureates have
exact same
described
speech
his
right here.
economic plan
And she's
as
going to come
something
back to it
that
over and
would
over again through
increase
this whole thing.
inflation,
Here's
and by
what
the
here's
middle
what
of next
he needs to
year
say.
would invite
I would like Vice
recession.
President Harris to name the
just have
16
to
Nobel
look
laureates rather than
at
just
where
quote a
we
number.
are and where
Go.
we stand on the issues.
I
And
see
I'd
the rest of my
invite you to
time
know
on this question.
that
Go.
Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Projections.
Right.
They gave her that to say.
It is.
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences.
She's showing how emotional she's going to be in any
She doesn't have a
situation.
plan. Take a look at the plan.
Whenever
She doesn't
right.
have a plan.
No
Trump
offense.
just
President, I
shakes
do
his
want to drill
head,
down
but he
on
doesn't
something you
show
both
emotion
brought
on
up.
his face. She's
The
such
Vice
a fucking
President brought
woman.
up
Oh,
tariffs.
they ended
You
on that one.
responded, and let's
Oh.
drill down on this because your plan is
Kidney
what she
punch.
calls
Let's
is
go.
essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris
But it
has
would
argued
inspire
it will mean higher
companies to
prices
stay
on
in the
gas,
country, though.
food,
Yeah.
clothing,
Yep.
medication,
And return
arguing
back.
it costs the typical family nearly
Exactly.
$4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices
But they
because of
can't
tariffs?
see
They're not going to
two
have
steps
higher
ahead.
prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of
That's
dollars.
good. He's
I had
attacking
no
it on
inflation,
the fact that
virtually
it
no
is her
inflation. They
administration,
had the
whether she's
highest
president or
inflation
not.
perhaps in the history of the country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And
Not
look-
true.
look at the poll.
Inflation never killed anyone. Fact check.
80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep.
Don't coach this
a
guy.
number
Coach her
of the
through
Trump
it.
tariffs
There
in
you
place.
go.
How do you
Let me
respond?
help you. Let me
Well,
help
let's be clear that the Trump administration
Captain Training
resulted in a trade
The Trump what?
deficit, one of the highest we've
Trump
ever seen in the
administration?
history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military.
See, all he'll
Basically
do
sold us out.
is shake his
When
head
a
no.
policy about
doesn't
China
acknowledge
should
her.
be in making
show
sure the
emotion.
United
Yeah,
States
just
of
keep it
America
simple, just like-
wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires.
He's winning because she's
focusing on
emoting and
relationships
being
with
such
our
a see you next
allies,
Tuesday.
focusing on
It's
investing in
natural for us as
American-based
humans
technology
to
so that we
gravitate
win the
towards
race
that-
on
that
AI,
kind of
on
emotional
quantum
response.
computing.
This is a
Focusing on
problem
what we
with,
need
and
to
it's going to
do
sound
to
sexist, so I
support
apologize,
America's
Gal.
workforce, so that
For
we don't
some
end up
women
having
in
the-
this
on the short end
position
of the
as a
stick
I would love
in
politician,
to-
terms of workers'
I'd
rights.
love to know what her
But what Donald
opinion
Trump
is
did,
on
let's
quantum
talk about this,
computing.
with
Workers'
COVID,
rights.
Definition.
Is he actually
Workers'
Tell me what that
thanking
is, Kamala.
President Xi for what he did during COVID? Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible
She just
for
opened a huge-ass
lacking and
door.
not giving us
Hope he walks through
transparency
it.
about the origins of COVID.
wait a minute. Did they
What?
just?
What?
Did she just
Say
admit
that China
COVID was
caused
from
COVID?
China?
Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like
I'm
they
glad you
have
said that
and
about the
policies like they have. I don't say
Look
her
at her.
because she has no policy.
There
Everything
are
that
there
she
are women
believed 3
politicians that
years
are
ago
way
and
more
4 years
composed
ago
than
is
her.
out the window.
Hillary is
yeah.
more
She's going
composed
to
than
my
her.
philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy, but if she ever
she's
got
laughing.
elected, she'd change it, and it will be the end of our country.
Her version
She's
of
a
laughing.
Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a
I
Marxist
love,
professor.
yeah, I love
Nick
how
Marxist.
that
There
is
it
a
is.
straight up
They're
lie.
just
Taught her
agreeing.
well.
Oh,
When
you.
look at what she's
I'm
done
sorry.
to our country, and when you
You
look at the
CUNT.
millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country
Resold
monthly,
chips to
whereas
China.
only 21 million people,
China
not
makes the
15
chips.
that people
Look
say.
at this
Why would he need to
It's a
buy
lot higher
chips
than
from
the
us?
21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in
Okay,
are
so
criminals.
let me see
And
Harry
that's bad
Sisson.
for our economy too. You know, you mentioned before. We'll talk about
Trump
immigration
thanked President
later.
Xi.
Well, bad
He's
immigration is
terrible.
the worst thing that can
Harry
happen to
Sisson,
our
the economy's so bad he can't even
They
afford a top
have-
set of
and
teeth.
she
All right? That's how
has
bad it is right now.
destroyed our country with policy that's insane.
Look, Harry
Almost
Sisson's going to be
policy that you say
the Tom
they have to
Cruise
hate our
on
country.
Edge of Tomorrow when the war starts.
Someone
I want to
kicked him.
turn to the issue of
you
abortion.
guys take your
President Trump,
shot?
you often
Oh,
touted that
God.
you were able to
Let's be
kill
smart about
Roe
this,
v.
Donald.
Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be
President
the
Truman,
most
thank you.
pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times.
My position is I will not
Therefore, why
support a
should they
federal
trust you?
Well, the
abortion
reason I'm
ban.
doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West
Wrong way to
Virginia,
start.
the previous
This is not
governor
the
of
way.
West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job. but the governor before,
Jim
he
Justice.
said the baby will be
Great
born
name.
and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other
It's
words,
wrong.
we'll
It's the wrong way
execute
to
the
answer
baby.
this.
And that's why
It
I
is.
did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really
so
out of it.
intimidating. It's
But her
so
vice presidential pick
cringe.
says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution,
Yep.
no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states.
There you
And
go.
through
This is
the,
how you should have started.
There it is.
Genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time,
The people are voting on it.
an issue that's
Yeah.
torn our country apart
Federalist.
for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened.
Okay.
Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas,
So Duke
the
Devil,
vote
real
was
quick.
somewhat liberal, much more
Correct me if
liberal
I'm
than
wrong.
people would have
Even
thought.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg
Each
said it was on shaky
individual
legal ground,
state
wasn't it?
is
Yeah.
Ruth
voting.
Bader
It's the vote of
Ginsburg
the people now. It's not
described
tied
it,
up
I
in the
believe,
federal
as a
government. I
torturous
did a great service
opinion,
in doing it. It took courage to do it.
which
And the
was
Supreme
basically,
Court had
it was
great courage in
contorted to
doing
get
it.
to the
And I
result that
give
was wanted.
tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no
So she
state
would not
in
have
this country
voted
where it is
in
legal to
favor
kill a
of
baby
it.
after it's
She would
born.
have voted
Madam
to
Vice
keep
President,
Roe
Oh,
v.
did you see
Wade.
that?
response
Oh,
to it,
shit.
President
Hold
She just
on.
corrected
Well, as I
him.
said, you're going to
Yeah,
hear a
she
bunch
said
of
there's no
lies,
state
and
letting
that's
them
not actually
murder
a
their kids
surprising
6 weeks
fact.
after they're born. That's not what he said.
Let's understand how
Would
we
you
got
like to
here.
talk about Kermit
Donald Trump
Gazelle?
hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo
That's
the
that's what the
protections of Roe v.
president
Wade.
does. They hand select
And they did
whenever
exactly
membership
as he
becomes
intended.
available.
And
Show us
now
the
in
response.
over 20 states, there are Trump abortion
Democrats
bans,
held the Congress
which
many
make
years.
it
Why didn't they pass
criminal
Roe v.
very
Wade
for
as
a
an actual
doctor
law?
or nurse to provide
What the
health
fuck is
care
a Trump
in one
abortion
state.
ban?
It provides prison for life.
It's a
Trump
catchy
abortion
marketing
bans
term
that make no
that
exception
doesn't have
even for
any
rape and
substance.
I have no
incest,
abortion
which
bans. Those are other
understand what
states.
that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not
Yeah,
have the right to
8%
make a
of all
decision
abortions, by
about
the
what
way.
happens
7 to
to their
8%.
body next.
92
that is
are
immoral.
elective. Just people that
And
regret it.
one does
Yep.
not have to abandon
Also,
their
there are
faith
more
or deeply
abortions
held beliefs
of black
to
children
agree.
in the
government
city of
and
New
Donald
York
Trump
than there
certainly
are
should not
births.
be telling a woman
Abortion
what to do
is a
with
true
her
black
body. I have
genocide,
talked with women
fulfilling
around
the
our
ultimate goal
country.
of
You
Margaret
want to
Sanger.
talk about this is
Thank
what
you.
people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering
Whoa!
from
Did
miscarriage,
you just
being
call them
denied
women?
care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers
Women?
are afraid they might
Pregnant
go to
people?
jail, and she's bleeding out in
Oh,
a car in the
okay.
parking lot.
This
Now,
makes
see,
She
me
didn't
very-
want
and
that.
this is the whole
Her
thing they do.
husband
They
didn't
make
want
up
that.
these fake stories
A
about
Please,
all
just,
of
please
it.
cite this.
Survivor of incest?
Please cite this
Try to
incident.
virtue
Being forced to carry a
It's so
pregnancy to
disingenuous.
term?
Yeah.
It is.
They don't
That's
want
not how that works.
No.
And
When
it,
you,
And I
when you,
pledge
when
to
you
you
have,
that
when you
the
have a
emotional
miscarriage, that's a wholly
Congress
different thing.
passes a bill
When you're
to
trying to
put
have a
back
baby
in
and have a
place the
miscarriage,
protections of Roe v.
most
Wade,
of you
as
don't even
president
fucking
of the
respect
United
it.
States, I will
See, Donald's not
proudly
smart enough to do
sign it
this. He's not. I hate to say it. He's not
into
smart enough to say
law.
Congress had the
But
opportunity many
if
years.
Donald
Why
Trump
didn't they
were
do
to
it?
be reelected,
Obama,
he will sign
Congress,
a national
why didn't you
abortion
do
ban.
it?
Understand, in his project
She
2025,
putting
there
something
would be a
on
national
That really
about
makes me
abortion,
angry that she
a
brought up
monitor that would
miscarriages.
be
Like, really.
monitoring
I'm
your
sorry. I'm just gonna
pregnancies,
start breaking
your
out the C word with
miscarriages.
this bitch.
I think the American people believe
They intentionally had
that
Harris
certain
went back to
freedoms,
this
in
2025
particular
slide.
the freedom to make
Yeah,
decisions
she's
about
still
one's
trying to
own
connect
body
that to him.
should
Well,
not
it's on
be
her
made by
website.
the government.
Thank you, Vice President.
So, I mean, they're
Harris.
ascribing
There she goes
a
again.
policy
It's a lie.
motivation to him without
I'm not
him ever
signing a
saying.
ban.
There she goes again. It's a lie.
Sign a
There
ban
you go.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And
And it was not a law. It was never a law. There's never been a Roe v. Wade law. It is a decision.
States are now voting. What she
So it's a
says
precedent,
is an
like,
absolute lie.
how would you
And
break
as
that
far as the
down to
abortion
like
ban,
everybody
It's
else?
case law.
I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it
Case law.
doesn't
It's
matter.
not.
Thank you.
Congress has never passed a law on abortion.
By the
Correct.
states.
Would you veto a
It's
national
not passed. It's
abortion
not written.
mandate?
It's
Well, we'll
not
have to, because again,
signed off on.
two
It's not in the
things. Number one, she
Constitution.
said she'll go back to
It just
Congress.
means
She'll never
that
get the vote.
previous-
This
Tim
is
Pool had the
impossible
great
to
answer
get
to
the
this
vote,
question today.
especially now with the 50-50.
If Congress came to me, if the majority of Congress came to me with a symbolizing the majority of this nation wanted a ban on abortion, do you think I should go against democracy and not sign that into law? When when over 60% of the nation said abortion should be illegal, 75% say abortion should be legal, should I go against democracy?
Call him a boss. He spends all his time in the
Well, here's the problem. They knew if they tried to lift up that
Her boss
house of cards
and
and
said,
bring
"We'll
it
do it
in to
again.
get
We'll do it a
ratified, it
different
would have
way."
fallen
They went
apart
out,
in their
got
hands.
rejected
No,
again
the
by
Democratic
Supreme Court.
position
So all these
for
students got
decades has been
taunted
attempt
with
to
this whole
legislate
thing about
from
this
the
whole
bench.
idea.
So if
Yes.
they
How
got a
unfair
win,
that
they
would have been.
tried
Part
to
of the
ride
reason
that
they
as
lost
long as
to
possible
the
so that they
millions
have
and
to
millions of
codify
people that
it.
had
Right, because you
paid off
can't
their
codify
student
this,
loans. They
because it
didn't
would
get
never
it
pass
They
Congress.
were saying
That's what I'm
the
saying.
same
As soon
way
as you
that-
move
that
it from
they
its
talk
current
about
position,
that,
it will
that they talk
collapse.
about abortion.
That's why federalism exists. That's why we're a constitutional republic.
JD Vance has said
love
that you
federalism.
would veto
Oh,
it
this
if you
guy's
did
weird.
something
He's
like
has
that.
sex with the
did discuss
couch.
it with JD. In all fairness, JD, and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me. But I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Oh,
Vice President
Thank you.
Harris,
There
look at libs and TikTok.
good.
But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade.
Wow, what is
Non-answer.
Harry's?
That is not
Like
an
you
answer.
mentioned,
Yeah, that's not
nowhere
even
in
close to what she
America
asked.
Where is
is
your
a woman
line? She won't say.
carrying a
She
pregnancy
can't answer that
term
Yeah.
and-
because she
and
would.
asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America.
That is
Not
happening.
worse than what has been happening
It
under
is.
Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray
Static.
and
Feedback static.
dream of having a
Literally
family
static.
are being denied
Oh,
IVF treatments. What is happening in our country?
What is this IVF
Working
shit?
people, working women
Where did
who
this
Literal
come
are
from?
working
fertilization.
one or two jobs.
I know, but where did this
who
suddenly
can
come from?
barely
She's
afford
connecting-
Tulsi
childcare
Gabbard and him
as
had
it
a
is,
discussion about it.
have to travel to
Yeah, she's
another
trying to connect
state
Because
abortion
Tulsi
to
had
get
said
on a plane
IVF should
sitting
be
next to
available to
strangers
more people.
to go and get the
And
help
Trump said
their
he
Wait a
family
minute.
needs.
They have to
Hold
sit
on.
next to strangers on a
Barely can
plane?
afford to do it, and what you are
Oh my
putting
God, I've
them
never done that
through
ever anytime
is
I've flown on a plane.
unconscionable. And the people
Well,
of America
and that's not even
have
what the
not-
point
majority of
was. The point
Americans
was that it's
believe in a woman's
expensive.
right to make decisions about her own
That's
body.
what Tulsi and
and
him were
that is
talking
why
about.
Mm-hmm.
in every state where this issue has
He's
been
just
on
like,
the
I'm
ballot
wasting
in
my
red and
time.
blue
You're not in
state
my
votes,
league.
But
What am I
here's the
doing
thing.
here?
of America have
Everybody
voted for
that
freedom.
Kamala is
Vice
talking
President,
to
excuse
right
me.
now
have to
has
respond.
not heard
Another lie.
anything that Trump
Another lie.
actually says.
I have
Look
been
at
a
her.
leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF,
Here he goes.
I have been a leader. In fact,
By the way, full
when they
disclosure,
got
I
a
think
very
IVF is
negative
shit,
decision
too.
on IVF
But
from the
that's just
Alabama
me.
courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization.
They're
IVF.
asking.
And
They're
the other
asking about
thing,
stuff that's not at a
they-
federal level. It's at a state level.
You
It's not
should
on a
ask.
federal
Exactly.
level. Why are you
If
talking
allow
about this, Kamala
abortion in the
Harris?
8th month,
That's why I hate the
9th
abortion
month,
talk
Oh,
now.
the only reason you want to is because you
Okay,
want to
will you
rule
do
as a
that?
federal
Oh, here we
dictator.
go.
That's
Here,
what
she's
you
getting
are.
pissy.
Why
Let's see
don't
what she said.
you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question? Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions.
I am talking.
Wait, why is her
Mr.
mic
Vice
off?
President, I am talking.
And probably
Yeah, they're
after
supposed
birth.
to be
Just
turning off
look at the
mics.
governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, "We
Pardon
put
me,
the baby
Madam Vice
aside,
President,
and then we
I'm-
determine what we
Rules.
want to do with the baby."
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's
Ooh.
important to Republicans,
Here we
Democrats, voters across the board.
Refill your
Donald's got to stay focused.
We're
Stay
honored to
focused.
have the
You were
borders are
tasked by
here.
President
Borders
Biden
are.
getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We
What
know
were
that
they?
illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions.
I
We
wish you
know
would have
the
said
numbers
Biden
since
Harris
then have dropped
administration.
significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done
Politics.
differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
Trump's not a prosecutor,
And let
so
me
yeah,
say
that would make
Not
sense.
a
the United
prosecutor,
States
so
Congress,
that's fine.
including
Prosecuted
some of the most
trans?
conservative members of the
Holy.
United States.
I mean, it
Here's
would
the
be
thing.
true if she said, "I'm the only person that sucked Willie Brown's Peter."
And
So,
that
No,
bill
you are
here's the
correct.
thing.
1,500 more border agents.
Vice
on the
President
border
Harris
to
is
help
also the
those
only
folks who are
prosecutor who
working
kept
there
people in
right now
prison
overtime
past
trying
their
to do
times
their
in prison to serve
would have
the state
allowed
of
us to
California.
stem the flow of
And
fentanyl
hate
into
slavery.
the United
Fires.
States. I know there's so many
There's a
families
term
watching
for that
tonight
kind of
who've been personally affected by
a
the surge
political
of
term, but a
fentanyl
true
in our
term all
country.
the same.
That bill
Slavery?
would have put more
Oh, yeah.
resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal
doesn't she got a
organizations
family
for
history of that?
trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened?
I may be
That
out of
bill,
line, but I think
Donald
we
Trump
need
got on
to
the phone, called up
step
some
up
folks in
action
Congress
against
and said,
cartels.
kill the bill. And you know
No,
what?
I
That bill
completely
would have
Because
funded
he'd
Ukraine
prefer to
more.
run
Go
on a
fuck
problem
yourself.
instead of fixing a problem.
It also would have allowed at least
Ukraine
5,000 to 6,000
comes
crossings
at
a day.
time
Yeah, it was
where
still
the
allowing
people of our country
crazy
actually
amount
need a
over
leader
the age of 18,
who engages
unlimited
in
under the age of
solutions,
18, and
who
these fucking
actually
assholes are
addresses
lying about
the
their age when they
problems
come to the
at
border.
hand.
You
Mhm.
got
It's
a
amazing how many
30-year-old
people
man
don't-
come
Former
to the border
president
saying
is
they're
someone
fucking
who would
16
prefer to
years
run
old and
on a
getting
problem
across.
On top of that,
fixing a
people
problem.
don't
And I'll tell you
understand the
something, he's
whole
gonna talk
thing
about
of pork,
immigration a lot
this
tonight,
shit
even
that
when
they
it's
try to
not the
shove in these
subject that
bills.
is being
Sometimes
raised.
it's a
And I'm
non-starter.
gonna
Like,
actually
you
do
can't
something
let
That's
that.
why I'm in
unusual, and I'm
favor
gonna
of
invite you
getting rid of
to attend
omnibus
one of Donald
bills.
Trump's rallies.
Individual
It's a really interesting thing to watch.
Yeah.
You will
budgets
see
for
during the
each
course of his
department.
rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will
What?
also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and
Oh,
boredom.
bullshit.
And I'm gonna
Mine's
tell you
staying
what,
because I have Megan Thee Stallion.
you will
Have you
not hear
seen
me
the
talk about
traffic
your
at one of
needs,
those
your
bitches?
dreams, and your
She
and your
buses people
desires.
in. They caught her
And I'll tell
busting
you, I
like
believe
multiple.
No, here's Donald Trump's
buses
response.
full of
I
her
admit,
audience.
I admit, people left early when a guy tried to kill me and shot me in the
On
head.
that point, I want to get
You
your
guys
People left
just-
before the
you
rally
just
was done.
I did stay for the rally in front of your rally. I like
Successfully
Megan Thee
so
Stallion.
that
I love that cake.
thousands of additional agents and
But she
officers on the
just,
border.
that's a
President
misstep.
responded to the
She
rallies.
invited people to
Said
go to
people
his
start leaving.
rallies.
People don't go
If they
to her
go,
rallies. There's no reason to
they'll
go.
see her
Oh,
live.
here you go. Here you go. Here, let him
So
cook.
tossing
Let him
them in
cook.
and paying them to be there, and
Yep,
then
there you go.
showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that.
Oh,
People
you
don't leave my rallies.
cunt.
The
I'm
biggest
sorry.
Rallies, the most incredible rallies in
Sorry,
the
Gal.
history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done
I'm gonna
to our
count the
country
country
by
being lost
allowing
in the
these
shot.
millions
Okay, so
and
that's a drink?
millions of
Yeah,
people to
shot.
come into our country, and
Where's
look
the
at
bill,
what's happening
man?
to the towns
I need
all
the
over
bill.
the United States.
More
And a lot of
cowbell.
towns don't want to talk. Not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people.
Hey, here we go.
Yes. They're eating the pets of the people.
Do the laugh.
that
Oh,
live
turn her
there.
mic
That's a
on.
laugh.
And
That's,
this is what
Capital
happens
Harris.
in our
Laugh.
country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies,
The
are
government said
concerned,
it's
as
not
far as
happening. We trust the
reason
government.
They go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase: "Make America great again." She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed,
Right.
injured, or
I
abused
didn't
by
watch that.
individuals
Sure.
I didn't
within the
watch that
immigrant
body cam
community.
Well,
All
I've
of
seen
this.
people on television.
Let me just say here,
Yeah,
this is
and that
the
city
people
in
on
Colorado
television
has
say
no
my dog
problem
was
with a
taken,
gang.
and
Like, we're going to
Just
trust
check
politicians.
Twitter,
maybe he
bro.
said
It's
that, and
on
maybe that's a
Twitter.
good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
Well,
President.
of course he
let me
does. He doesn't want people to know that his city's been overrun by dog-eating illegal aliens.
Oh,
To
what
say
a-
that.
oh,
Here we
Awkward
go.
laugh.
Here we go.
Awkward
Talk
laugh.
about
This
it.
is one
cackle.
of the reasons why.
She
in
cackle,
this
drink.
election, I actually have
that's
the
a cackle.
endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt
Cheney.
Romney,
Oh, there you go.
McCain,
Brush Mitt Romney. Well, you got me sold.
including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member
Darth Vader.
Cheney.
Yeah, you mean the
if you
guy
wanna
all the
really know
warmongers.
For how
the
long?
inside
Now you
track
all get-
on
That's
who
what you
the
say.
president
Congratulations, you got the
is, if you didn't make it
warmongers.
clear
Yeah,
already,
she basically
just ask
said,
people who have
I have
worked
the
with
backing
him.
of the Union Party.
Don't you Democrats hate Dick Cheney? What the hell happened?
Has said he is
I thought you
I don't
called him
understand.
Satan. I thought you called him Hitler.
Trump is worse.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
Hitler.
you don't
I'm
understand.
sorry.
Trump is
Has
worse,
said he is
so Cheney
dangerous
is
and
not a bad guy
unfit.
anymore.
His former Secretary of
Just
Defense
don't go hunting with
has
him
said the
ever. I think we can
nation,
all
the
agree on that.
Republic would never
We've come full
survive
circle.
another
Is he the one that
Trump
wanted to go to Iran
term.
as well?
And when we listen
Cheney?
to this kind of rhetoric,
Or
when the issues
no,
that
or
affect
someone
the
else.
American people
No,
are
Nikki
Cheney
Haley
was
really
like,
wants
maybe
to.
you should quit
No,
getting
no.
money from Halliburton.
No,
He's
it
going,
was,
go fuck
no,
yourself.
it wasn't Cheney.
Thank you, because
Mitch,
when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those
Rumsfeld.
people. Not so graciously.
Rumsfeld.
They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people
there we go.
who's were just killed.
They didn't fire
viciously
any of the
and
Secret
violently
Service who
killed.
let
And I
who
got
let
to
down
know
the guards so they
parents
almost got
and the
killed.
family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals.
That's under
all
their
those
administration.
people,
The
because
Secret
that was
Service
one of the
almost let me
most
get killed.
incompetently
No, don't say
handled
that. That's bad.
situations
Yeah, that would be
anybody
self-serving.
has ever
He
seen.
would be right,
So
but you're
when
also
somebody
trying to win
does a
over
bad job,
dull brain
I fire
independence.
him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good. I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book because with me they can write books. With nobody else,
I
can
don't know
they?
why Joe didn't
But
fire
They have
Kamala.
done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody.
Because
Look
Joe
at the
wasn't doing
economy.
anything
Look
either.
look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you.
You know, she
But
keeps picking up her pen and doesn't do shit with it.
than any Republican in
She
history.
keeps picking up her
by
pen
far.
and doesn't write.
No,
In fact,
what
I got
she's
more
doing
votes
is
than any
she's taking
president,
notes
sitting
for
president
how she's going
in
to address
history
points
by
in the
far.
press conference after the
Let me
debate.
continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal
Hell
that the
yeah.
vice president has reacted to as well.
I promise to
President
save
Trump,
ducks and
you called this
kittens.
the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our
I don't
country.
promise
You
to
say
save
you would
ducks.
use
I've
the
had
National
duck. They're
Guard. You
fucking
say if things
amazing.
get out of control, you'd have
I know.
no problem
I stand
using
with
the
Save them
Pete.
for
military.
dinner. Save them for
You
dinner.
also said you
They're
would use
using
local
seagulls.
police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is
One
much
at a
higher.
time.
Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah.
What a
It is
setup.
much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals.
Good direct.
They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you the-
defrauded. They were defrauding statements.
Tell that to his
They
ear.
didn't
Oh,
include
David.
the worst cities. They didn't include
Yeah.
the cities with the
When
worst
they did
crime.
that,
There was
they
a
changed
he
the
paid
rules.
attention.
Their
They-
number of
that's
818,000 jobs.
Yeah,
that
they
they
changed
should
the
have
rules so
included.
that cities
Orlando.
don't have to
President Trump,
include
thank
their
you. I'll let you
numbers
respond.
anymore. So
Well,
the
I
biggest
think this is
cities like
so
New York,
rich.
LA,
Coming from
Chicago
someone
aren't
who has
reporting
been
their crimes.
prosecuted
Those are
Oh.
sanctuary cities.
Here we go.
national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court
not true.
appearance is in November at his own criminal
They said he
sentencing.
slandered her.
And
That's
let's
what
be
he
clear.
was found.
Where
I
each
consider this
person
to be a
stands
shot.
Hold on.
the
I am a
issue,
prosecutor.
What is important about
What'd
respect
you
for
say?
the rule
Yeah.
of
Sorry,
law
Gal.
and respect for law
Convicted
enforcement.
felon.
The former vice president
That's
called
true.
on
yeah.
funding
Convicted felons a shot.
federal law enforcement,
I didn't hear it.
45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So
I
let's
thought that was
talk
part of the
about
debate.
what
I'm
is
drinking too
important
fast.
in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and
I'm so
address the
I'm
needs
so
of the
surprised
American people.
that Kamala
Address
Harris
what we
does
need
not
to
believe
do
in the appellate
about
process,
the housing
the
shortage,
true
which I have a plan for.
execution of
Address what we
justice.
must do to
Because I have a lot
support
of good
our small
appeals here.
businesses.
But I
Address
guess
bringing down
that's
the
why
price of
Kamala Harris
groceries.
kept people in jail
Frankly, the American
beyond their
people are
terms so they could fight fires
Yeah,
in California.
Trump's got one. Trump's got one. I know a shit talker when I see
Come on,
him.
come on.
Hold on.
Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never
He
happened.
needs to turn around on her and tell him she kept people in jail. Black people.
Every one of those cases was involved with the
Marijuana
DOJ, Atlanta,
convictions,
and
right?
Fani
A lot
Willis
of them.
to the
Come on, pull a Tulsi.
Attorney
Come
General
on.
of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases, and then they say, "Oh, he's a criminal." They're the ones that made them go after me. By the
Their
way,
own
Joe
DOJ.
Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, "Oh, that's the toughest of them all." A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election.
And they're going to do it again. They're going to do it against Elon Musk and anyone in favor of free speech.
Weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in
January
2024
6th. Here we go.
The United States Supreme Court recently ruled
Doing
that
a
the
better job
former
looking
president
at
would
the camera
essentially
than he
be
is.
immune from
That's not
any
what he said.
misconduct if he were to enter the White House again.
Nope.
Understand, this
No,
is
that's not
someone
true.
who has
Not-
openly said he would terminate.
I'm amazed
unquote,
that such a
terminate
skilled prosecutor
Constitution
can't
of the United
read law.
States, that he would
But I guess that's why she
weaponize
kept people in prison
Department of
beyond the
Justice
terms to
against
fight
his
fires.
political
Black people
enemies.
mainly, because she's a
Someone who
racist
has openly
and her family had
expressed
slaves.
disdain for members of our
I'm so
military.
sick of this fucking bitch.
Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the
I was
White
sick
House
when she brought
with
up
no
tried to
guardrails.
weaponize,
Because certainly we know now the
miscarriages.
court won't stop him. We
You
know
would have
J.D.
no
Vance
guardrails
is not
either,
gonna stop him.
which would allow you to kill anyone and jail anyone, which is what
Just
you want
stop
to
him.
do, because that's what Marxists do.
Vice
commits any
President Harris, in
crime.
your last run for president,
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake
Trump.
Russia
That's a shot.
investigation
We have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to.
Pull it back.
Oh, we have a lot to get through.
Donald.
Let's not bring up
Oh,
your
yeah.
assassination.
Always
to ban
Yep.
fracking.
Actually,
Now
technically, you
got-
talked about
wanna
this.
You-
ban
you
much
just got
in
winged.
August.
programs
Didn't
for
matter.
assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
Because I'm running for office.
So my values have not changed, and I'm
Sorry.
going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania.
I'll drop it,
I made
Sam.
that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I
that a
was
direct
the
answer?
tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction
No.
Act,
Responsibility of the
which
vice
opened
president.
numerous
Yeah.
My position
We're calling.
is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil.
So
We
what
have
is that? Just
had
one shot?
the largest increase in
Yeah, that's just
domestic
one
oil
shot.
production
Yeah,
in
yeah.
history.
What did she say?
Because of an approach that recognizes
She's not gonna
that
ban
we
fracking.
cannot over rely on foreign oil.
Bullshit.
As it relates to my
don't
values,
believe
let me
her.
tell you,
I don't
I
believe her
grew
for
up
one
a
goddamn
middle
second.
class kid
Me neither.
raised by a hard.
I don't think she knows what fracking is, and I mean that from the
Worked
bottom
and
of my heart.
saved and was able to
thinks
buy
it
our
means something
first
else.
home when I was a
Yeah.
teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I
Bring
was
up
in high
building
school who was
8
sexually
power,
assaulted by her stepfather.
EV
And my
stations
focus
on
then
$1 billion.
on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing
What
up
about
for
all the
those
women who are being
vulnerable.
raped because the illegal
My work
aliens you've
that
left
is
fled
about
over the border? You
protecting
care
Social
about them?
Security and Medicare
No.
is based on
Or
long
you're
Unless they
being
want an
hard to
abortion.
believe them, right?
protecting seniors
They
from
want an
scam.
abortion, then she cares.
My values have not changed.
She's a Marxist.
And what is important
She
is
believes
that there
people
is
are
a
but a
president
tool
who
of the
actually
Republic.
brings
They are
values
nothing
and a
but swine.
perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating
Joy.
people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader
Lisa Elizabeth just
is the
said approximately
leader who
30
actually
or sorry,
understands the
9,300
strength is not in
abortions are
beating
late
people
term.
down, it's in lifting
a year.
people up. I intend to be
that
that
happen?
That is
president.
disgusting.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all
Not against it.
bailing
She's
out
for it.
BLM.
But she shook her head. No, I'm not against it.
And everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all
Community
laughing at
notes,
it.
fact
She
check.
gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she
2020
went out-
rights.
You are.
2020
What?
rights. I was
If you don't
there.
mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, does that
Excuse
sound
me, I'm
familiar?
talking-
Minnesota, and wanted to let
I'm
criminals
talking.
kill
Does that mean we finish our
And
bonds?
she reacted so poorly.
She went out and raised money
That's
to get him out
amazing.
of jail. She did things that nobody.
Actually,
would
that's
ever
kind of a
think
good take because she's
Now
been
she
waiting
wants
to do that.
Transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison.
Good
This
call.
is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish
That's why she
one
didn't
thing,
choose
it's
Shapiro.
only
Also,
in
he's
my
a Jew.
opinion. So I got the oil business
that'd be a
going
great
like nobody
dig.
has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400,
President
500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know
Oh,
is
Jesus
about
Christ.
democracy and the role of a president
David
in a
Muir
moment
is
of
a
crisis.
douchebag.
Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them.
Peacefully.
And the country and the world
Let
saw
your
what
voice
played
be
out at the
heard.
Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home.
You mean right before he got
Anything you
banned off of
regret
Twitter?
about what you did on that day?
You just said
What he did on
a
that day?
thing
No.
that
Talking
isn't
to his
covered
people
peacefully
when
and
all of it
patriotically.
started.
I said during my
Why would he
speech,
be on
not
Twitter
later on.
making a video?
Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer.
I want to see Kamala
that should
say
have
that
never, ever shot her.
that
It's a
Congress,
disgrace.
congressional
But
police were
we didn't
killed. I
do
want to see
this
her
group
say it
of
because that's
people
a
that have been treated
lie.
so badly. I ask, what
You know
about
she's
all the
gonna say
people
it.
that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are
you-
those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the
You,
people
sir,
that burned
shut
down
up.
Minneapolis
I'm
going to be
I'm debating you
prosecuted?
now, David,
Or
I
in
guess.
Seattle. They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be
Glad he's hitting on this
prosecuted?
topic.
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold
Might
on
ask her that
television. It's a
question.
very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
Yeah, I didn't call in the National Guard, and Nancy wouldn't let me.
Asked me to make a speech.
Yeah, I
showed up
didn't take it out of
firsthand. I
Nancy
said, I
Pelosi's
think
hands
it's
so
gonna be
that
big.
it could have been.
I went to Nancy
early.
Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Muriel
and
Bowser,
the
yeah.
mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just
remember that.
2 weeks
I should have
ago, her
ignored
Twitter
Nancy
has a
Pelosi,
tape of her
Nancy,
saying
and
She
Bowser.
is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice
Oh,
President.
yeah.
it was
I'm sorry,
related to
David.
the
Am I debating you?
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was vice president elect.
You were in the Capitol, but you were like in a separate building, nowhere near where it was happening.
Me
They
and
showed the
AOC were
video.
huddled under a desk
incited
together.
A violent mob
Yeah.
to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate
That was not
our
an
nation's
attack.
capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And
There it
understand,
is.
Did they trip over the
Not
velvet
from
ropes?
that.
has been
Lie.
indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville.
Oh my God! No!
Here we
There
go.
it is.
Oh!
Carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic.
I didn't bring any
Say the
crap.
line. Did she say the
And
line?
what did the
going
president
to.
then?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She's building
There it
up.
is.
There were fine people
He
on it.
corrected Joe
Yeah,
Biden.
there
last
it
night.
is.
Oh my God. Why
Phone
did she
inaudible.
say
That's
to
a
the
drink.
Proud Boys, a militia.
They're still running with it.
I'm sorry. Am I debating Joe Biden again?
Stand by.
Please say it.
So for
What was that drink
everyone
for?
watching who remembers what
fine.
January
Very
It was
fine.
so
people.
retarded. It was an
I
addendum.
say,
Oh my
you don't have
God.
to go back.
It's like a bonus
Let's not
shot.
go back. We're
It
not
really
going
is.
back.
Bonus shot.
It's time to turn
I wish
the
I had a
page.
bonus shot of strychnine right now.
And
This
if
is
that
killing
was a
me.
bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our
That is so
campaign for
manipulative.
you to stand for country, to stand
Please,
for our democracy,
please,
to
Donald.
stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump,
I
the
hope you hold
candidate,
yourself to that
has said in
with
this
not
election
another
there will
Russian
be a
collusion shit when
bloodbath.
you lose, bitch.
In
If this
2016,
and
the
outcome of
Democrats
this
denied that I
election
won
is
the
not to his
election.
liking,
Did
Just
they disagree
remember
with
that-
democracy
let's
as
turn
well?
the page on
No,
that.
it's
Let's
not
not
even
go
just
back.
2016,
Let's
right? This
chart
goes
a
back to
course
before I
for
was
the
born.
future.
Hanging chads.
Go
Time
backwards
immemorial.
to the
Yeah.
past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean
Snopes.
Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad.
Oh,
it's
that
so
was good.
ridiculous.
Oh, hold.
Go down to
That's a
Washington,
waste of
D.C.
time.
and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the
Ooh.
right to do it. They don't need
There we go.
bills. They have
You're
the
in
right to
office
do it.
right now.
The President of
That's
the
a good
United
one.
States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You say, come on down
o'clock
to
in
the
the
afternoon.
afternoon.
Sign a bill."
Holy shit.
If he
I love
signs
this
a
man.
bill
I'm
that
sorry.
the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the
It's
border
true.
is closed.
Mr.
Those
President.
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide.
Does they don't remember
In the past couple
2016?
of weeks leading up to this debate,
I
you
hope he
have
brings
said,
it up.
quote,
Please
you
do
lost
that.
by a
Please do
whisker,
it.
that you, quote,
I don't
didn't
think he
quite
will,
make it,
though.
that
Come
you came
on.
up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically. You know that. We said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said
Hold on.
sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I
he
got
fell into the
63,
trap.
which was
Fell
what
in
I
the
got in
trap.
2016. You can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad.
Voter ID.
And a lot of these
He
illegal
needs to go back and
immigrants
bring up
coming in,
2016.
they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't.
We don't care, David. We don't give a
David,
fuck about
I am
your.
not debating you.
Ask
Ask a question.
And you know this. You
Look,
and your
a
allies
55-year-old
Oh my
man with
God.
sideburns is a cunt. That's what I know.
And said there
They
was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing. a
Bullshit. All
technicality.
these
Can you
states have
imagine
come
a
out
system
afterwards. The ones
where
that were
a
the
person in an
states that
election
actually
doesn't have
lost it for
standing?
him
The
and said, "Oh,
president
we
of
did
the
an audit."
United
And
States
yeah, there was like
doesn't have standing.
60,000 votes that
Georgia.
If you look at
Georgia
the
came
facts,
out and they're like,
I'd
yeah,
love
we
to have
messed
you-
up.
You do a
Yep,
special
Arizona
on it.
did one.
I'll show
I mean,
you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin,
ABF
and
is
I'll
on the
show you
panel. Don't pick on that
Pennsylvania,
man,
and I'll
all
show you.
right?
We have so many facts and statistics. But you know
Donald's got to
what?
get off
That
this.
doesn't matter.
It's leading him down a
Because we
bad
have to
path.
solve the problem
Yeah,
that
I
we have
think
right
they
now.
need to get
That's
off of
old
it.
news.
Say
And the
no
problem
one
that we have
believed I
right
won in
now is we
2016.
have a
Everyone denied that
nation in
election.
decline,
I disagree
and
with
they have put
2020.
it
Why am
into
I the bad
decline.
guy?
We have a
They disagreed in
nation that is
2016.
dying,
People have
David.
either made
Mr.
up their own
President,
minds
thank
or they
you.
don't care
Vice
anymore.
President Harris, you heard the
This-
president.
that-
tonight.
this
He
point's
said
not
he didn't
He
say
just,
that
we have a
lost by
nation.
That's why
that
he's
is
so wrong.
dying,
believes he
which
did not
Where
lose
is he
sounds a
the
lot like
election.
all of the nation is at
Oh my
risk.
God.
By President
He said
Biden,
that the nation
and
is
yourself.
dying. I'm just
But I do
saying
want
it's
to ask
very
you about
similar
something
to the
that's
soul
come
of
up
the
in the
nation
last
being at
couple of
risk
days.
for a
This was a
shot.
post from President Trump
Should
about this
should that
upcoming
count,
election,
Static?
just weeks away. He said, "When I win, those people who cheated," and then he lists donors,
Damn
voters,
it.
election officials. He says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences.
I told you.
One of your
They didn't
campaign's
prove
top
shit.
lawyers responded saying, "We won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote." Is that
Why
what you
was
believe he's trying
Kamala
to do?
not
That's
asked if she
cute.
would
Donald Trump
transfer
was
powers
fired by
peacefully?
81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly, he is having a very difficult time processing that. We cannot afford to have a president of the
Peaceful
United
transition.
States
Talking to the
who
guy who got his top of his
attempts,
right ear
as he
blown
did
off.
in the past, to
Oh.
upend
Talk about the
the
peaceful
will
Oh,
transition.
devil made me do it. That looked like a bad one.
And I'm going to tell you that
What
I
about the
have
peaceful
traveled the world
transition
as
on
Vice
January
President of the
20th,
United States.
2017?
And
Riots in
world
Cincinnati.
leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this
Kamala Harris
way,
has been
in a
endorsed by
presidential
President
debate and
Putin.
deny
You
what
mean those
over and
military
over
leaders
again
that
are
are like
cases you have
literally
lost
ruining the
because
freaking
you did, in fact,
military,
lose that
chasing people
election?
out of it, can't
It
freaking get
leads
people
one
to sign up because they're too
that
busy pushing
perhaps
transgender
we do not
bullshit on
have
them
in the
instead of
candidates
actually making them into the,
temperament
Yeah,
the
there's only one candidate
machine
on
that they
this
need
stage
to
that's been,
protect
ability
us.
to not be confused.
only one
about
candidate on the
facts.
stage
That's
that has been
deeply troubling,
endorsed
and the American
by
people
Vladimir
deserve
Putin,
better.
the Vice
I'll give you
President of
1
the
minute
United
response,
States.
President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they
Come on,
call
say
him a
Putin.
strong man.
Do the
He's
Putin.
he's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like
It's
to
a
use
fact.
the word afraid,
He
but I'm
said
just
it.
quoting
You
him.
can assign
China was
anything you
afraid
want
of
to it,
him.
but he
Hey,
said it.
Putin
North
endorsed
Korea
her.
was afraid of him. Look at
'Cause
what's going
he
on with
liked to
North
laugh.
Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe. and
That's why
heading into
Putin
Germany.
endorses
The biggest
Kamala
pipeline
Harris.
in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it.
Come on,
He
do the
said the
Putin.
most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did,
Ooh.
you talk about a threat to democracy. he He got
Ding,
14
ding,
million
ding.
votes, and they threw him out of office.
Damn
And
it.
you know what? I give you credit. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got
President,
14
you and your
million
damn bell.
votes. They threw him
Isn't even
out.
half as bad
She
as
got
last time.
0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot
do
more.
that.
Because
do
of the
that.
Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months
Actually,
ago. Now
Sam,
an
it looks like
estimated
that was Ukraine.
40,000 Palestinians
CIA
are
maybe helped
dead.
plan it,
Nearly
but
100
weird.
hostages
it was
remain.
Ukraine.
Just last week,
There's just
Prime
a couple
Minister Benjamin
Ukrainian dudes out
Netanyahu
there
said
in
there's not a
smoke
deal
weed.
in the
In a
making.
canoe.
President Biden
They
has
may
not
have
been able to
gotten
break through
some
the stalemate.
stuff from
How
us,
would you do
probably.
it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On
Oh, please,
October
let's.
7th,
Let's talk about Venn
Hamas,
diagrams.
a terrorist organization
Say it.
slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
And
Many of
terrorist
them young
organizations are
people who
bad.
were simply attending a
I
concert.
know exactly where
Hold
Trump
on,
is
hold on.
going
Women
with
were
this, and if you don't,
horribly
you better
raped.
know.
And so, absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel
Hamas get
has
the
a
money
right to
from.
defend itself. We would,
I hope he does go there.
and how it does so
He
matters.
will.
It's cash.
It's always in the
Hamas is
forefront of his
funded by
conversation the whole
Iran.
time.
Far too
Iran
many
sanctions were lifted by the
innocent
Biden
Palestinians
administration.
have been
It all
killed.
went to Hamas.
Children,
He
mothers.
talks
killed
about it
Israelis.
constantly,
What
which is
we
right.
know
Or
is
Biden
that
killed Israelis.
war must end.
As
It
Biden and
must
Kamala hate
end
Jews.
immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that.
Don't forget that one
Work
of those
around the clock,
hostages,
also
mothers,
understanding that we
spoke at the
must
Democratic
chart a
Convention.
course
surprise?
for a two-state solution. And in
No,
that
the October surprise
solution,
is she
there
becomes
must
president.
be
Ceasefire.
security for the Israeli
No,
people and
becomes
Israel, and in
president.
equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to
You can't
Israel.
tell a
But
country
we
how
must
to
have a
defend
two-state
themselves and
solution
from
where
whom.
we can rebuild
Yeah.
Gaza, where the
This is who will let you
Palestinians
fight,
have
defend yourself against.
security,
We'll let you.
self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he
that's
went
true.
to Congress to
That's
make
true,
a very
yeah.
important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel.
That
If
is
she's
true, you
president,
cunt.
I believe
God, I
that
gotta keep
Israel
saying the
will
C
not
word.
exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at
He's
predictions. and I hope
Australian,
I'm wrong
YouTube. Don't worry
that
about
one.
it.
She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way,
Yeah, he just
Wanker.
can't
she
say
hates the
Abba.
Arab population because
I'm
the
just gonna go
whole
twat.
place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald
There
Trump.
we go.
Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror.
For once, you did
They
your
were
job well,
broke.
David.
Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris.
No promises. Just say I
don't
will
know
try.
if you could do that.
No, that's absolutely not
You
true.
can't. That's
I
actually a
have
violation
my
of law.
entire career
that-
and life
what's that called?
supported Israel
Hatch
and
Act.
the Israeli
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
He knows that.
Hatch Act?
He's trying to
I was
again
getting thrown around when he was
divide
president about
and
Obama.
distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires
That is so much
dictators,
bullshit.
wants to be a
Yeah.
dictator on day one, according
He was
to
more.
himself.
He was being 100% honest when he said he was fear.
She just said
The
Trump
rest-
wants to be a dictator.
That he can do
that on the
whatever
list?
the hell he wants. I'm going
I told my wife I need
Where's
some
the
crack for
list?
this debate.
He
There's
said
alcohol is not
when
enough for
he went
this.
to Ukraine,
All right,
it
guys,
was
alcohol is not
Yeah,
enough
I
to cover
don't
the
know.
pain.
Okay, someone call Hunter Biden. Someone call Hunter.
Not
Not
even a gay glass by a redheaded, long-haired man.
absolutely well
beautiful
known
glass. Damn it. Very
that
beautiful.
these dictators
It's the
and
most
Does that mean
beautiful.
2 shots?
rooting
No.
for you
Okay.
to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you.
Just say Putin
Flattery
endorsed you.
and favors.
Dictator Putin endorsed
that
you.
is
Why? Why?
So many
Say it.
military leaders who you have worked with have told
She
me
knows how to
you
cheat
are
the
a
top of my
disgrace.
Kremlin.
That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President
Therefore, Harris
thank you.
cannot be elected.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national
Say he was
security by
endorsed by
allowing
Putin.
every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week.
There we go.
There it is.
Hayden,
There we go.
Hayden
What he's
is
gotten away with is
validated.
absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump.
a lot of money.
sounds like a
A
Coke
lot of
CNA.
issues to get
But
to.
anyways,
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National
oh,
Conference.
she's pissed. She's like,
We'll
"You
be
fucking
back.
asshole."
We'll be back with this historic 3-on-1 tag team handicap match.
I borrowed my mother's power suit. How dare you? Holy shit, dude! I cannot handle this. This is like
I really apologize. I apologize.
I do watch
don't know-
parties. I do watch parties watching Ring of Power with this guy above me, and it makes me want to kill myself in Minecraft.
Yes, that's
You're
why
muted. You're muted, by the way. You're muted. You're muted.
How you're feeling about it?
You're muted,
His-
ABF.
His crimes against humanity.
I'm getting angry
really
when I
is.
watch Star Trek Discovery.
If you're beating ABF in Crimes Against Humanity, you're doing something.
Oh my god, I've got popcorn on the way. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like this is
What is it
not
laced with? 'Cause
going
can
well
I have
for
some?
Kamala.
I think.
He is-
Hold on. Let's check the Harry Sisson meter.
Trump is being
Oh, yeah,
completely
see what that-
savage by ignoring her. He knows that she is trying to get him to look at her every time she's looking at him and talking to him. Like he knows it, and he
This is not a good look.
Well,
Yeah,
like I said,
I'm sorry.
we
It's a
missed
C
it at the
look.
beginning, but Kamala tried to walk in front of the podiums directly to Trump, and Trump went right to his podium. So she had to come back behind his podium to shake his hand.
Actually,
Like,
that's
it's
kind of a
snub-
sign of weakness. She should have just gone to the podium
She should have, yes.
because
Just like
that's
he
what
did.
happened with Trump and Biden.
Yep.
They just went to their podiums.
And that's
It's like,
exactly what Trump was putting out was the
Yeah,
air of
like,
nope. we're
I'm
doing
I'm here to do business. This is wartime. Get it on.
Absolutely. It
Bang
was
your
very
gong.
funny to see, though.
Need more of that energy in the NBA.
Oh,
So what this is what they're doing 2 commercial breaks, so this is only the first. So how would you score it? Let's say if you're there's a thing going, who's winning, who's losing, and if by how much. Let's go around the horn and
I'm tainted.
ABF, you're muted. I was
yeah.
trying
Let's
to
start
tell
with
you.
ABF if he can
Thank you.
unmute.
Are we giving each person a score or overall?
I would say a score as like it's 70% in Trump's favor. Like
Oh
if
no!
the dial
Okay,
was
can
shifted.
I propose this? Can I propose this because they've injected themselves? It should be Trump, Harris, moderators because they want to fucking put their hat in the ring. I think they deserve a percentage.
And
purple
are
team.
we
No,
determining
seriously.
how many cats we would give them individually? Or
We're not
like,
feeding
how many
people.
cats out of 10 like would you give to
Not
Harris?
making
and Trump
dinner
to
for
live?
Haitians, Cal.
Hey, good
So let's
point.
start off with ABF.
Aren't
What do you think?
Actually, I actually do think that it's like probably 65-70% in Trump's favor.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Maybe even up to 80. I think he's doing real well. Like Gal said, ignoring her. I think that is ticking her off so bad.
80 is a pretty high score. That means that he's actually winning over like most independents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how we're scoring
reserve.
this, right?
Yeah.
That's how we're scoring this is who are the regular normies that just aren't engaged or are not.
That's how I'm reading it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
What's yours, Mose?
Oh, we're just going. Okay. Okay.
Going
So
on.
I think that Trump. Look, it's like that scene from Billy Madison where he's playing dodgeball. You don't want to hit him too hard. You want to let him know who's boss. But I say as far as the normies go, they probably think he's a bloviating blowhard, which they always do, and I think he's leaning into that too much as far as like a overall what everybody's thinking, what your normies, what your butthurt fucking women that exist in this world look at this. They don't really like that. But I would say he's got an 8. She's got a 2, and I think the moderators have a 5 because they keep trying to coach her. They keep trying to coach her. They keep trying to shift it, and he's trying to kill them with kindness. Like David Weir, like, you made a great documentary, one of the best documentaries. Like, he's trying to mitigate it, but the woman on the moderating panel is awful. Her suit is awful. Her voice is awful. Her points are awful. David Weir is just a carcass of a human being. He doesn't have anything to offer. He just repeats what his overlords tell him. But he's been coaching Kamala, so I would say the only reason that Kamala is at a 2 is because David Weir decided to put in some work and got her a past a 1. So I think the moderators are doing what they were meant to do, which is to cover the Democratic candidate.
The reason I say I think 80 for me of him is because I think he is winning people over. I think that she is using the same tactics they've used since the beginning, which is let's just tell people he's bad. Well, I think that's run its course. That was easy to use last time. I think people are sick and tired. They're okay, great. He's a bad guy, orange man bad, evil, hates, racist. Yeah, okay, whatever. Give us something more than that. I think they're just sick and tired of this. That's supposed to be the selling point.
We're back.
Yeah.
Oh, that quick? Crap.
Yeah.
Sorry, I filibustered.
Yeah, damn it, Mose. No,
Damn it,
we'll get everyone else on the next break.
To win this war.
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives. They're
Good
being
answer.
Uselessly,
No new wars.
people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion.
Triggered.
They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky
bringing
very well,
something
and
up
I know
they've tried
Putin
to
very
hide a
well. I have a
lot.
good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have
Debating
a president
demure.
that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know.
Like a
Is he
dog.
our president?
The Haitians ate him.
Mr. President,
That doesn't know he's alive.
your time is
That
up.
would have been the only thing better.
Just to
he could have
clarify
said.
the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal because we have to stop all of these
Yes.
human lives
Where's the off ramp?
from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also
We
as
must give all our
Commander-in-Chief,
money to
if
Ukraine.
elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing
Well,
from
wonderfully.
President
He
Biden?
loves me. He endorses
Well,
me.
first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the
Cut and
reason
paste.
that Donald
Would
Trump
do that.
says
Cut and
that
paste.
this war would be over within 24
As
hours
of
is 'cause
5 minutes ago.
And that's not who we are.
Sorry,
as Americans.
Vice
Let's
President.
understand what happened
Frequently,
here.
it's hard to follow.
I actually met with Zelensky a few
This is where I
days
fault
before
Trump.
Russia invaded.
If he was on his
tried
game,
through
he would
Cut him a
say,
check.
to change territorial
He-
boundaries.
I
said,
to
just wait a
define
couple
one of the
months,
most
we'll get you
important
your money.
international rules and norms, which is the importance
I
of
am running against
sovereignty and
Biden. Since you
territorial
cut and
integrity.
paste his
And I
policies,
met with President
which you
Zelensky.
posted
I
last
shared with
night
him American
on your page for the
intelligence
first time
about how
since
he
you
could
announced
defend
running.
himself.
So
Days
I am
later,
running
I
against
went
Biden.
to NATO's
It's
eastern
just
flank,
you're wearing his
to
skin.
Poland and Romania. And
She's
through
wearing
the
somebody's
work that
skin.
I
Look
and
at that
others
neckline.
did, we
Holy
brought
shit.
50
Even Joe Biden
countries
doesn't look that
together
bad.
to support Ukraine
Also,
in
I'd
its
remind you,
righteous defense.
she says she's
And
African American.
because of our support, because of the
So am I.
air
if we're gonna
defense,
go over
the
that, Patrick.
ammunition, the artillery, the
Taxpayer
javelins,
dollars.
the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands
The
as an
Abrams tanks
independent
that
and
Trump-
free country.
Oh my God,
If
am I
Donald Trump
darker
were
than her?
president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv
We
right
wouldn't be
now.
making Abrams tanks
and
anymore if it
understand
wasn't
what
for,
that
for
would mean.
Trump.
Because
You don't
Putin's
have any
agenda
weapons. Our
is not
munitions are
just about
gone.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk about
Understand
providing
why the
weapons to
European
people, let's talk
allies and
about the
our NATO
Taliban, shall we?
allies
Our
are so
stockpiles
thankful
are
that you
depleted.
are no longer
because
president.
of
I know
this.
who we I know
that
who we
we
provide munitions and weapons
Understand the
to.
importance of the greatest military alliance
farmers
the
on
world
the
has ever
border.
known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe,
Oh,
starting
God.
with Poland. And
Here
why
we
don't
go
you kill
again
the
with that.
800,000 Polish Americans right here in
Well,
Pennsylvania?
let me play devil's advocate. She's
quickly you
trying
would
to
give up
play to the crowd that
for the
thinks
sake
that like
of
war
favor
is good and evil.
and what you
and
think
there's
is a
no gray
friendship
area.
everything that
with
she
I'm
what is
sorry.
known
Thank
to
you
be
for
a
playing my
dictator
advocate. I always
who would
appreciate
Am I
eat you
it.
for
Hitler?
lunch.
Or is Putin Hitler?
Vice
You
President
can only
Harris,
have
thank
one
you. Heard
Hitler.
from both of you
Only
on
one.
Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan
One.
came
I'll
up
have
in
the best
last hour.
mustache. I'll
I
have the
wanted her
best.
to respond to something you said earlier, and now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men
I'm
and
actually
women,
surprised he gave
but
him
he would
time.
have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in
Oh my
Moscow,
Fucking
much happier
legend.
than he is right now.
We need a rock.
But
Shut up,
eventually,
bitch.
He's got a thing that other
Excuse
people
me,
don't
I'm
have.
talking.
He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever
Excuse
talk
me,
about
men are
that.
talking
He's got
here.
nuclear
All right, make me some
weapons.
dinner.
Nobody ever thinks about that.
No offense, gal.
And eventually,
Would you like a step stool?
maybe
I'll
he'll
make
use
dinner.
him, and
Fine.
maybe he hasn't been that threatening.
You know I love
But
you.
he
You're
does
my
have
favorite
that.
multicolored
Something we don't
haired
even like to
person.
talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they
The
sent
only-
her to negotiate peace before
I
this
only
war
wish you
started.
kept your green
3
hair. The
days
purple
later,
hair I don't
He went
understand.
in and he started the war because
Oh.
everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later.
Vice
And
President-
that's
True?
the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden, in my opinion. I think he's the worst president in the history of our country.
The only politician
goes down
she
as the
successfully
worst
negotiated
vice
with
president
was
in
Willie
the history of our
Brown.
country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they
Is this
left,
true?
Putin did the invasion.
President
I
Trump,
think
thank
she
you.
did
bring
go
up
meet
something.
with
You said she
Zelensky
went to
and Putin
negotiate with
just
Vladimir Putin. Vice
before,
President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir
the
Putin? Can you
invasion.
clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been
Yes, for
about
Putin.
standing as America always should.
She didn't answer the damn
As a
question.
leader,
Here we go.
Didn't answer the
Bad
question.
upholding international
Wrong
rules
Vlad,
and norms.
lady.
As a leader
She
who
met with
shows
Putin, you dumb
strength,
bitch.
understanding that the alliances we have around the world
He got
are
her.
dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about
Just
democracy.
be like,
And
You're not
that is very
emotional
much
enough.
what is at stake here.
Why
The
did Putin
President of the
endorse
United
you?
States is commander
Ukraine's
in
not really
chief.
known for their democracy.
And the American
Yeah,
people
Ukraine's the most
have a
corrupt
right
nation.
to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and
America.
not sell them
World,
for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin.
I
do
would
wanna
call.
talk
I'd be
about
like, them
Afghanistan.
bitch.
It
Why
came
is there
up in the
fucking wars
first
on
hour
half
of
the
this debate.
goddamn
So-
world?
so-
You
Move
dumb
on to
bitch.
Afghanistan.
4 to
Said
8 years
Trump did
ago,
the
he
most
would have
amazing
absolutely
thing I've ever seen.
like
He
jumped
got these
in.
countries,
Yeah, he wouldn't
the
have given a
28
pause.
countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen.
Whatever you're
for
doing
years, we
or
were paying
Biden's doing, you're
all
doing it
of NATO.
wrong.
We were
If
being
if
ripped
wars
off
keep
by
breaking out all over the world,
Europeans, both on Twitter
right?
and on
So
NATO.
how about we
True.
do
I got
differently
them
than
to
what
pay
you're
up
saying,
by saying
Kamala?
one of the statements you made before.
We need
if
a
you
fact
don't
check on
pay,
Kamala
we're
meeting
not
with
gonna
Putin.
protect you.
all of our
Otherwise, we would have never
friends
gotten it. He
to
said it was
attack
one
all
of
of
the
our
most
enemies,
incredible jobs that he's ever
and so they
seen
can make
done.
money.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate,
Oh,
and we witnessed
no.
a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Oh,
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan.
Oh no.
4 presidents said they
You mean
would,
Trump's
and Joe
decision
Biden
to
did.
So
pull out
I've
of
asked a
And
lot of
as
men
a
to pull
result,
out.
America's taxpayers are not paying
never
the $300
did.
million a day we were paying
She
for
just
that.
did the
I'm sorry, I
yada
was
yada
talking about her
yada.
mouth.
It has
And
a lot
as
to
of
do with
By
today,
the
how
way,
they pulled
there's
Devil
out.
Made Me Do It got
one
no respect for
member
that
of the
joke.
United
I
States
love
I
it.
know.
military who is in
I love it.
active
He's my
duty
look
in a
at my
combat
look at
zone
my
in
beanie
any war
American
zone
over here.
around the world the
So-
first time this century. But let's
Beanie
understand
2.0.
how we got
That's right.
to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down.
Which one?
He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly
Good.
with a
Fuck them.
terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the
Venn
president
diagrams.
at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David.
All right, this is how drunk I want to get tonight. Hayden, send me one of those fucking glasses.
As
Right?
Americans, a place where we
Hold on, I want to hear
honor
his answer.
the importance of
hear
American
his response.
diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David.
That doesn't look good.
Because
Is she gonna say a
does
gamer
not,
word?
Again,
I think
appreciate
she was
the
about
It's going to
role
play well with the
and
Karens who have never had to
responsibility
feel
of the president of
issues
the
with their
United
life.
States
Yeah.
to be commander in chief with a
Lazy
level of
women are gonna
respect.
And
Back that up.
you gave
And
him
this
how
gets
much?
back
How many
to
weapons?
The point of how he has consistently disparaged and
Yeah,
demeaned
how much
members of our
ammunition? How much
military,
vehicles?
stop
all
this.
that stuff did you leave?
and the work
Look at
that
his
we
face.
must
He
do
can't
to
wait. He's like,
uphold the
I'm about to
strength
I'm about to
and the
dunk
respect
on
Oh, I hope he does
of
it
the
smart.
United
Be
States
smart,
of
Donald.
America around
Yeah,
the
be smart
world.
about
Vice
it.
President Harris, thank you. President
All
Trump,
right,
your
now,
response to her saying
Quiet.
that you began the negotiations
thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move
and
on.
these people.
Of course you did, David.
I gotta trim my sideburns because I'm such a cool guy.
I'm sorry, David. Am I making a point that's against your candidate? Let me make my
They
point.
saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you.
I don't
wanna
have
move
a
on now
boss.
to race and politics.
That was a hell of a response.
Oh,
It actually
Christ.
said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
I honestly didn't know she was black.
Question here tonight.
Which part of Africa?
Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the
Static
racial
2020,
identity of your
permission to rub
opponent?
nipples
I
on
don't,
streets.
and I don't care. I don't care about the house.
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
You make a big
Go
deal out
after
of
them
something.
tipples.
I couldn't
Oh.
care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm
I don't
asking.
know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's
Did
okay.
you just say
Either
that
one
she
was
put
okay with
out?
me. That's up to her. That's up to
That
her.
is amazing.
Vice President
I've heard
Harris,
that
your
about
thoughts
her.
That was a great
That's up
response,
to
actually.
her. Holy
I
shit.
think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have
tragedy.
I
someone who
didn't know she was black.
wants
still
to be
lost.
president who has
Tragedy?
consistently
Really?
over the
He
course of
didn't
his
bite it.
career
He didn't bite, and
Yeah,
he
he
doesn't.
didn't bite at all.
attempted to
Yeah.
use race to divide the American people.
Oh,
You know, I
fuck
do
you,
believe that
bitch.
the vast majority
Oh,
of
this is great.
us know that we have so much more in common
He
than what
just
separates us,
said,
and we don't
I don't
want
know what she is. I don't care.
this kind of
She can be
approach
whatever
that
she
is
wants.
just constantly
Okay,
trying
No,
to
no,
divide
I know.
He's racist.
I don't know if we
You're
talk
by
about
race.
sports
And
ball
let's
here, but he
remember
just pump faked, and she just
how Donald
jumped
Trump
right
started.
past him.
He was
like,
a
he was like,
a-
what? Like,
Oh,
land.
hey
he
guys, look at
owned
the screen
land,
right
he
now.
owned
Whose
buildings,
skin is darker right
and
now?
he was investigated
Orange
because
man's looking pretty
he refused
Yeah,
to
I
rent
hope they
He
point
owned
that
land,
out.
she owned
property
people.
to black families.
let's
Her
be
family
serious.
owned
I love
people.
Donald
I shouldn't
Trump.
say
That's
she
great
did.
thing.
Famous
Holy shit,
Correct,
man.
double.
who
Correct.
took out a
Double.
full-page ad in the
Fact
New York
check.
Times calling for the execution of 5
This was full when I
young
started.
Black and
Hold on.
Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5, took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread
the Central Park
birther lies
5?
about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people
Still have
want
Is she going to go the
better than
birther
that.
route?
Were they lies?
Yeah.
Want better than
Were
this.
they? Really?
Want someone who understands as I do. I travel our country. We see
Do
in
ya?
each other
Do you now?
a
You
friend.
go to
We
border
see
for
in
Honest, I
each
what?
other
The
didn't,
first
honest, I didn't know she was
we
black. I didn't know her
want
heritage.
a leader who is constantly trying
Talk
to
about
have Americans
being of Indian
point their
heritage. That's all I
fingers
heard.
at each other.
I know she was black.
I
Indian
meet
and
with
Jamaican.
people all
They
the
can give me
time
anything. There's
who
Chinese
tell me,
Jamaicans.
How about I would just
can we
go?
please just have discourse
wh-
about
Why
how
does it
we're
matter?
going to invest in the
If
aspirations
we're a nation of
and the
equality, why
ambitions
does
and
it
the
matter if
dreams
she's
of the
black or
American
not?
people?
And he played that
Knowing
game
that
Everyone's saying.
perfectly, and she has
of
no idea
people's
what to do
color
with it.
or
She's
the language their
just
grandmother
spurting out.
speaks,
She's
we
like
all
shotgunning right
have the
now.
same dreams and aspirations
She was
and want a
expecting him to
president
Oh,
make
this is
fun of
to
her.
joy.
invest in those,
Joy.
not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris.
I didn't know she was
Lindsay?
black.
President Trump, this is now your third time.
Well, it's your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the
I don't
greatest
think it was 50
economies
years ago,
in the
but
history of the world. And I'm going to
Might
build
be
it
stretching
again.
that a little
It's
bit
going to
there.
be bigger,
was 40
better, and
years ago.
stronger. But they're destroying
Central
our
Park
economy.
5?
They have no
Wasn't
idea
40
what the
years ago.
Was it in the
economy is.
80s?
Their
Yeah, it was
oil
no.
policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden.
1989.
The worst inflation
So right
we've
on
ever
around
had.
90s. Okay.
A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad.
So 30
And she
years.
can't get away with that.
32.
Time's up.
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not.
No,
Donald
but you took
Trump.
off his
And
position.
what I
backing
do
everything he's
offer
doing.
is a new generation of leadership for our country.
This is when
one
he
who
needs to say,
believes
just saying.
in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we
he's got
can
none
do
of it.
instead of always
He hasn't even been
discouraging
super aggressive.
Come on,
the
Trump.
American
Be smart.
people. I believe in what we can do to
Sweating.
strengthen our
This-
small businesses.
See,
Which
here-
is
Disparagement
why
and
let's
criticism
talk
is the
about our
root
plans
of discourse, and this is how
and
we
let's
go
compare
forward.
the plans.
If
I
we have a bad
plan
idea, it needs to
to
hold
give
up to
startup
muster. If it
businesses
doesn't, then it sucks.
$50,000 tax deduction.
But most
to
of the country
pursue
is a bunch of
their
fucking
ambitions,
wimps,
their
and they will
innovation,
never
their
admit to
ideas,
that.
their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000
They're wimps or they're totally
for
disconnected.
young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's
First year of your child's
development.
life,
I
where they
have
might
a
get shot
plan
right out of the
that is
fucking
about
womb.
allowing
you're in
people
California
to be able to
or
pursue
Pennsylvania or
what has been fleeting.
Why
and
would you have
the
a
American
child when
dream
abortion is
by
free up to
offering
9
a
months?
help with
Yeah,
down payment
exactly.
of $25,000
If you
down
have your
payment
baby, if we
assistance
haven't
for
convinced you
first-time
to
home
destroy
buyers.
it.
$25,000 on a home? That's
Conversation, I
nothing.
believe, David,
Here's
that
what I
people
think we
really
should do.
want
This
tonight,
is how we
as
stop
opposed to a
unwanted
conversation that is
pregnancies. We say,
constantly about belittling and
we
name
give them
calling.
repairs.
Let's
if
turn
they want to
this
offer up the
moving
dirt road.
forward.
Thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Oh, of course, because I'm going to make a point.
What were
And
you
it was
saying,
just
Moses?
printing money that caused
She
the
has a
housing to go
plan
up.
to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking
Look,
in Pennsylvania.
my power suit is very
Anywhere else.
uncomfortable.
That's
I
what
can't
her
wear
plan
this all
is
night.
until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
President
No,
Trump, the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
Okay,
respond
go off
to.
the
I'm
rails.
sorry,
Just
we're
let them
gonna-
yell
we're
at
gonna
each
move
other.
on, Vice
One
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as
Good.
Obamacare. You have failed
Good.
to accomplish that.
That
You
shit.
now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote,
No.
unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare
Not yet,
was
'cause it's a
lousy
fucking mess.
healthcare. Always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just
Hey, that's
explain.
an admission.
I
that you
had a
made some bad
choice to make.
decisions.
Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then
Tulsi
I would
Gabbard.
absolutely do
This
it.
debate
But
is
until
3 versus
then, I'd
1. The
run it as
ABC
good
moderator
as it
is
can be
clearly
run.
shilling for
So
Kamala
just yes or no,
Harris.
you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan.
This bitch.
I'm not president right now.
You don't
But
have a
if
plan.
we come up with something, I would only change it if
Look
we
at her.
come up with something that's better and less
heard that
expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's
Single
guns
payer?
away. Tim Walz and I
What?
are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with
Only the
continuous
people who
lying
don't
about this
need
stuff.
them.
Just
As
the
it relates
weapons
to
of
the
war.
Affordable
proletariat.
Care Act,
The weapons
understand, let's
of
just
war.
look at the history to know where people
Oh,
stand.
you mean the guy that
When
shot
Donald Trump was
paintballs at
president,
his own
No,
citizens?
wait,
60
I'm sorry,
times
guys.
he tried to
Tim
get rid of
Walz
the Affordable
knows what
Care
it is to have a weapon of
60
war because he
times.
carried
I
them
was a
in
senator
war zones.
at the
Oh,
time.
that's
Italy.
right.
When
Yeah.
I will never forget the
I-
early
and
morning hours.
I will be in a war
when
zone.
It
as
was
well
up
when I go
for
to
a vote
Italy in
the United
October.
States Senate.
Pray for me.
And the late, great
Italy's
John
dangerous.
McCain,
You know that.
who
Well,
you
Naples
have
actually is.
disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because
No,
he
he's a
got
pussy.
caught. He
The
was
reason
an
he
American
became a
hero.
P-
The late,
POW
great
is
John
because
McCain,
he
I will
kept
never
fucking with
forget
his
that
brain.
Oh my God, they love John
walked onto the Senate
McCain.
floor and said, "No, you don't. No, you
Yay,
don't. No, you don't get rid
warmongers.
of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan."
Cheney,
And what the Affordable Care
McCain.
Act has done is
Who
eliminate
else?
the
Do they love
ability
Nixon?
of insurance companies to deny
Well, I
people
already
with
love
pre-existing
Obama.
conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight. You remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance
I believe
company
before
could
you knew-
deny?
I believe before you knew-
If a
Remember
child
before
had
people
I
were
really
asthma,
don't
fucking being
remember.
if
forced to
someone
get
was a
health
breast
care they
cancer
didn't want
survivor,
in
if a-
packages
if
they
a
didn't need
grandparent had
because you guys are
diabetes,
fucking
and
overzealous and
thankfully,
want to
as
pull
I've been
power
vice
to you,
president and we,
you
over the
bitch.
last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we
Donald's
have allowed
response.
for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug
Remember when
prices
gas
on
wasn't
behalf of
$5
you,
a
the
gallon?
American people.
Remember
Up at
Donald
the
Trump
you
said
could
he was
afford
going to allow
at the
Medicare to
drink.
negotiate
They're taking credit for
drug
Trump
prices. He
shit.
never did. We did.
Oh shit.
And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month.
There it
Since
is.
I've been vice
He-
president,
what he
we have
did
capped the
before
cost
you
of
took it
prescription
away, then
medication to
reestablish it under your
$16,000 a
name.
year.
Trump
And
did
when
it.
I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to
joy.
health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Fuck the
Pass
Affordable
it
Care
pro
Act.
law
Does get
in
rid of
terms of
private.
where
Get
Donald
rid
Trump
of
stands on
it.
I
that.
want to move
Keep
to an
the
issue
insurance
that's
you want.
important for a
She
lot
made a
of
mistake.
It's single payer.
Number
Oh.
one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats.
That's
that
not true.
kept it
He loved
going.
it.
And
Hold
you
on.
know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank
Oh, that's
you.
absolutely
we have
true,
another issue
bitch.
that we'd like to get to
Yep.
that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President
Oh,
Trump,
for
with
God's
regard to the
sake.
environment, you say
Of
that we have
course.
to have clean air and
The most
clean water.
important of
Vice
issues.
President Harris,
is
you
worse
call
than the
climate
abortion.
change
The economy.
an existential threat.
Jesus Christ.
The question
I'm
to you
sorry.
both
I know I'm the
tonight
oldest
is,
guy
what
here.
would
Has
you
anyone
do
else been
to
dealing with
fight
climate change since
And Vice President
1978?
Harris, we'll
I
start
have.
with you. 1 minute for you each.
Oh, I've
Well,
heard
the
the
former
stories about us
president
all
had said
turning into a
that
blue
climate
mist.
change is a hoax. And
It
what we
is.
know is that it is
Yep.
very real. You ask anyone
There's no
who
proof.
lives in a
Look up the
state
list of debunked climate
experienced these
change
extreme
hoaxes
weather
over
I don't
the
know if
last
Trump
50
said
years.
now
that,
is
though.
either being
I'm curious
denied
what Trump
home
said
insurance
too.
or it's
I
being
don't think he's
jacked
ever
up.
called it a hoax.
You ask anybody who
She's
has
gone
been
after their
um,
plans on how to
the
handle
victim of what that
Why does
Climate
means,
change
Obama have a
is
losing
real.
their
mandate
home,
about this vineyard?
having nowhere to
Climate
go.
crisis
We
is a
know
hoax.
that we can
That's the
actually
difference.
deal with this issue. The young
Climate
people of America care
change
deeply about
is
this issue.
a
And I
money
am
scheme.
proud that as vice president over
I'm
the
gonna
last
climate
4
change
years,
myself
we have
in
invested
Minecraft
$1
here in a
trillion
minute.
in a clean energy
Seriously.
economy, while we have
I want
also
to
Climate
watch Rings of
change
Power
in
season
the
2.
alphabet
gas
That's how
community.
bad I
production
feel about
to
this.
historic levels. We
watching
have
this.
created over 800,000 new
Wait a
manufacturing
minute. Did she just
jobs
talk
while
about?
I have
Wait,
been vice
I missed
president.
it.
We have
Did they just talk
invested
about
in
the
clean energy to the
Inflation
point that
Reduction
we
Act,
are
aka the
opening up
actual Green New Deal?
factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to
Fake fucking
create
jobs.
manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing
Bjorn,
jobs.
you don't have to
And
tell
I'm
me.
also proud to have the endorsement
my
of
dad
the
in the
United
VA,
Auto Workers
so-
and Sean Fain.
Are
who
you also proud to have
know
the
that
endorsement of
part
President Putin?
Building a clean energy economy includes investing in
Nothing is
American
clean
made
about the
products,
energy.
American automobiles. It
As an owner
includes
of an EV,
growing
my
what we
car
can
causes a
do
lot
around
more
American
destruction to the
manufacturing
environment
and opening
than
up auto
normal
plants,
cars.
not
Yep,
closing them
I have
like
one
happened
too.
under Donald Trump.
Vice President
Destroys the
Harris, thank
roads.
you.
That
Oh
didn't
my
happen
God.
under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving.
There you
They're
go.
building
The
big
jobs
auto
report.
plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United
Sam,
States because
and we
of
forgot about the
these
icebergs
people.
and in the new
what
ice
they
age.
have given to China is unbelievable.
Go back and see in
We're not
search
gonna
of
let
Leonard
them
Nimoy in
put tariffs on
1979.
those cars so
It's
they
gone
can't
down,
come
hasn't
into
it?
our
I
country
think on some of those
because they
pictures.
will kill
Like they'll
the
show like
United
it's going to
Auto
go up.
Workers and any
went down.
auto worker,
Seriously,
whether it's
I
in
think I'm the guy
Detroit or
who
South
remembers, like,
Carolina or any other place.
Time magazine
What
with the
they've
ice
done
age in
to business and
1979.
manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it between him and his son. They get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries.
Focus back on
And then you
Kamala.
wonder,
Stop
why
it.
is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President
And
Trump,
she's going to continue doing it.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates.
And what he should have said is, and she's been endorsed by President Putin, which means she's going to continue doing it.
I want to change my answer.
The ABC
You know,
News.
you know what I want to see him do at the end? Go up and give her a kiss on the cheek.
So I actually
pat her on the head.
The first half, I was kind of 50-50 on the whole thing, but this second bit, he definitely seemed to have done somewhat. He did better, not perfect by any means, but he definitely caught her in some bullshit. The first half, there was a lot of cover. There was a lot of cover being ran, and
lots of it.
And I don't know how much the normies will realize that that's what's happening. And that's how I grade these things, is how I think the normies will see it.
I think some of it now me being somebody who's been like exceptionally political for most of my life, the way that I see it is I think that a lot of normies are starting to see right through this shit with Harris and her talking in circles, her lying about things. And there was a lot of times in this that it was glaring that she was just kind of trying to spin the wheels and get something going. But that's how I see it coming from, that side of the fence.
We have 50 seconds.
I have a question.
Shoot.
How many normies do you think are actually watching, though?
A lot.
Yeah,
there's a
actually,
lot
I
of
think
people.
as well.
I really do.
Okay.
Well,
the
how many
fact
normies
alone-
that haven't already made up their mind?
And the
A
fact
lot.
alone that I had a long, drawn-out conversation with the guy where we've spent thousands upon thousands an hour playing a game together where we've talked about politics, but he wanted to have a good faith conversation. People are starting to get wise to the bullshit. It's slow, but it's starting to happen. When he said that, I thought he was messing with me. I'm like, really? He's like, no, really. Like, I want to ask you. And
Why do you think? Because of economy, pocketbook, prices?
No, because he grew up in San Francisco. He worked in California for most of his life, but he also worked his ass off to become a medical tech. I don't want to out him, but like he basically lived the American dream. And I gave him the backstory of my dad's life. His family came over. Our family came over 5 generations ago. They were Irish. They worked in coal mines and steel mills. And my dad got the GI Bill when he served in Vietnam. Lived off of tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwiches, which sounds amazing until you do it for like 4 straight years. He lived off nothing. He basically it was hard, but the American dream allowed him a road so that I can sit in my garage and pontificate with a bunch of other people. Like people don't understand how lucky we have it. Mm-hmm. And the people that don't just annoy the shit out of me. But he's starting to understand it because he's had to work his ass off to get to another job. So he's starting to understand it's part and parcel with anybody that's trying to increase their lot in life. You become more conservative because you understand that the government is against you.
Yep.
So we had a long drawn out conversation. It's happening. And that's why you can't just, unless they're just zealots and they're just never going to change, you have to engage. You have to, like Jonah and the whale. You have to be Jonah and Nineveh. You have to go to places that are uncomfortable to talk with people, to have that conversation. And that's what makes debate great. This is like bad faith debate by Kamala Harris, and I think Trump's doing a great job. And I think the moderators are a bunch of idiots that don't care about anything.
True.
But in our real lives, let that debate be good faith. Just put the ideas out there, put it up the flagpole, see who salutes it. And that is what our function is in life, people. Like, if you have a good point of view and you have a lot of facts behind it, just let them cook. You don't have to yell at people. You don't have to you don't have to be indignant. You don't have to slam on people. Just put them out there, and honestly, I hope he votes for Trump. I don't think he will, but I think he understands where I'm coming from. And that's the greatest part about coming from different parts of discussion, of debate, of viewpoints, because our viewpoints arise from where we come from in different parts of our life. Sorry, I'm being animate.
We're back.
But sorry.
You're good. You're good.
I'll be quiet for the rest of the time. But it was such a good talk. I just want to share with everybody. It was enlightening and it was wonderful. So
Closing
no worries,
statements,
you're good,
and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the
What was
future,
your first sign?
and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're
that's not the one
going
you
there.
think it is, Kamala.
And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams,
And we
the
take
hopes,
bars from
the
Trump.
ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost
We're
of
gonna
living.
do good
I
things,
believe
guys. It's
in
gonna
what
be
we can do
good.
together.
Yeah, we
That
haven't
is
done this
about
past 4
sustaining
years,
America's standing in the world,
but
and
don't
ensuring that
worry,
we
this
have the
next one,
respect
that's
that we
when
so
we'll
rightly
actually
deserve,
We can do it
including
tomorrow.
respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will
Oh my
be a
God.
president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her
Oh, for
own body and not have her government
Well, they
tell
do
her
such
what
a great
to do.
job.
huh?
I
I'll
totally
tell
agree
you,
with that.
I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people.
Willie
And I'll tell
Brown
you, as a
and his cock.
prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you
I
a
had one job,
Republican or
and
a
that was to
Democrat?
make
I
Willie
sucked a
Brown.
big black
only thing I
cock, and now
ever
I'm ready for this country
Are
to
you
suck an
okay?
entire.
I only have 2
And
words.
that's the kind of president
Willie
we need
Brown.
right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do
I
over the
intend
next
to be a
Once I lose
millionaire.
this election, I'm
20
going to run for
years
president
to
of
build
India.
back up our country by
I'm gonna go
investing
home.
right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it?
Yes!
She's been there
Yeah,
for 3.5
that's the question.
years.
Good.
They've
Yeah.
had
Good.
3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to
Who's saving that?
create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down
Always
to
just a
that
future
beautiful
promise.
White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together
Give
and
me
do
power.
the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one
Actually,
simple
good point.
question.
We're not ready for it.
Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a
That's a
nation that's
perfect
in
way to
serious
end. Why
decline.
haven't they
We're
done
being
it?
laughed at
And
all
we're
over the
failing
world,
under
all
them.
over the world.
Why
They're
aren't we
laughed. I know
doing it?
the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe
Ukraine.
toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President
you
Trump,
go.
thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National
And that is the
Constitution
end
Center.
of the
I'm Maria
handicap
Davis.
matching
And
against
I'm
Donald
David
Trump.
Muir. Thank you
Now-
for watching here in the U.S. and
Got the
all over
final
the
word.
world, and from all of us here at ABC News.
I'm curious, are we going to get press conferences from both sides after this?
Oh yes, that's a spin room.
Yep. That's
people
what Kamala was taking notes on the entire
Keep your
time.
Twitters up and let us know if they're coming through, and we'll show them if they happen. Otherwise, let's start with ABF, and we'll start doing what we were trying to do in the middle break there.
Yeah, so I want to change my answer. I think that I said 65 to 70. I want to change that to 75, 80%. I think that if normies were watching, they kind of saw that the things that are going to improve America are not through Kamala.
Yeah.
I do want to mention, so when I asked that question about what you feel, how many you feel of the normies are going to be watching, Shock did bring up a good point. And I wasn't necessarily, I don't think that they won't be watching. I was just curious what all of you thought. Like, do you feel that there are more normies watching? But Shock did bring up a good point in chat. Where is it? Question isn't how many are watching, but how viral will the clips go?
True.
And I feel like that is a good point to make, because the clips that go viral are how a lot of normies who don't watch the debates will.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've
see it bits and pieces, you know.
I've said that before. One of the best things Trump ever did was when Hillary Clinton said, "You're gonna be in charge of the justice system." He's all, "Yeah, because you'd be in jail."
Mhm.
That right there, that's what wins debates. Back when Reagan was debating, I can't remember who he was debating, which one it was, but he said age before beauty or whatever, that comment. It's little things like that that people remember more than talking points, than all
Well,
that shit.
Well,
And you
to
really
be
have
truthful,
to hit those.
his opponent laughed at him because it was such a good burn.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Mondale was like, "Oh, it's
that
Molly."
was
Sorry,
yeah.
yay!
That's who it was. So yeah, it's about winning just those little key moments that people will remember in their head, and that's what will endure you to them and get you the votes. And I think he had more of them than her, because there were points where like we all reacted when he did it. Mm-hmm. When he would say I'm speaking or whatever or stuff like that, and we all went, "Oh, that's the kind of thing that stands out more than her scowling at him the whole time." That's not going to endear her to anybody.
Well, and I think a lot of the people who would have been watching tonight, all the moments that she would say something that we saw through it as a blatant lie, those people are, dyed in the cloth cultists that anytime she says that, it's reinforcing it for them. The question is that bringing in new voters? And I don't think she did a good job of that tonight at all.
No, and they're starting to see through it when it doesn't make sense for the economy, people's pocketbooks, home values. If unemployment starts to go up, people are going to get desperate to sell. And if they bought in the last 3 years houses, they're going to sell at a loss. And it's just going to be this crazy spiral of unemployment. And it's a really weird thing. I see a lot of places hiring right now, but from what I hear, they're kind of ghost or fake jobs. It looks like they're doing well, but they're not. They're laying people off. And it's all just an illusion. After November, things will start to show.
Well, to pin a point on that, there's a thing called unemployment, and but the most important thing is underemployment. There are people taking jobs that they are overqualified for just so they can make ends meet.
Right.
But that pushes the bottom part of the lower middle class, not the lower class, but the lower middle class. It pushes them out of the job market, and that's where you have problems. Because then you don't have enough people to. That's when then welfare starts kicking in. That's where you start having the government. Yeah, so that's underemployment is almost more important than unemployment.
And people are going to start to feel that, and they're the ones that are watching. Like you said, are more people watching it? More normies? Yeah, because they're starting to feel it. They're not just watching sports tonight or out with the kids. So it's having an impact on their daily lives. So they want more information. Like you said, Mo, they're actually asking questions now. Hopefully it's not too late.
Yeah.
You know?
They also just invent numbers out of, the federal government does, as far as like seasonal jobs and stuff like that. And they seem to be, saying the projected numbers are in favor for whatever it currently
And
is.
we're not even taking into account the minimum wage bullshit, because the minimum wage, like for $20 an hour in California, well, guess what? If you have a state that imposes that, or if you have 2 or 3 or 4, the entire company is just gonna be like, no, fuck it. We're just gonna go we're gonna have like touch screens and like 2 people. I went to I live in the South, so I went to a Bojangles of all the places. I had an AI person take my order. It was the creepiest shit I've ever dealt with in my life. Have you ever seen that?
I want to say I saw it in
They
Vegas.
still managed to mess up my order because there's but they're like, hi, because I live in the South. So if you're at Bojangles, which has fried chicken and biscuits, they're like, what would you like to have from the menu? Not, yo, man, what the fuck you want, son? It's just kind of like what it is because we're in the South,
Well, I think another thing to remember real quick is that whenever you look at something like that, where they are they're bringing in this AI to run stuff, on the other side of it, you've got people who are trying to pick up a second, third, even fourth job to try to survive in this economy at all. And those jobs just aren't there. They're falsely reporting the job growth every month, and then they're going back and making a correction 2 weeks into it.
We had an 800,000 job.
It all stems from one of the best sayings I've ever heard. One of the best sayings I've ever heard is by Winston Churchill, who has a lot of them. A country that is trying to tax themselves out of poverty is a man standing in a bucket trying to pick himself up by the handle. You can't do it that way. Yeah, it's just like you can't just punish the working populace to make the rest of us succeed. It's just not how it works.
So the logic has to go over all the emotion that she was spewing. And it was like positive emotion for her, bad emotion for him, against him. And I just hope the average person doesn't be like, oh yeah, I see what she's saying, because the way she's saying it, I don't want to believe that that's the case.
The problem is
most women will, because they cannot. Yeah.
The problem is, this panel is actually people who pay attention to both sides. So we have to remember what the average voter is. And this is how I approach trial. So I go into a trial and I have to pick a jury. I have to recognize that the jury is generally non-informed, and they're going to get informed through this. And the thing that works a lot in trying cases is appealing to emotion. Facts and law are one thing, but you really have to connect with the jury. And people are very much emotion driven. Logic, critical thinking is something in this nation that we have lost. People don't think that way as much. Yeah, they hear, oh God, I feel like I'm spending more money at the grocery store, but Donald Trump is so mean. He's so mean. And there's a disconnect there, because they don't connect the fact that the reason things are bad is because the people in power are not the mean guy. The reason things are bad now for the last 3.5 years is because the country apparently voted for no more mean tweets. Now, if you don't want mean tweets, that's fine. You don't have to read the mean tweets, but you want to pay, $6 for a gallon of milk? Do you want to pay $4 for a gallon of gas?
Well,
is it okay to see a mean tweet now and then?
What Drew was saying, though, was that at some point the emotion and the logic have to overlap each other, right? So if there's an emotional response to not being able to, afford that milk, does that come into where the logic?
I don't think it does anymore. I think that the Overton windows colloquially has shifted. I mean, we're talking about, there's a difference in the world now. I mean, all right. So am I the only Gen X guy here?
I am one.
No.
73.
You're younger than me. You're younger than me, Mo.
No, but
Yeah,
no,
you're one.
I'm 80. I'm 80, but I was raised by.
I think I'm the second oldest.
Yeah,
You're
I'm,
the cusp.
I'm at the ass end of it, but the person I was raised by makes me Gen X.
Okay, so I mean, I imagine a lot of you don't remember the hanging Chad stuff as well as I do.
remember it.
I do.
I remember it.
Okay, so literally, when I was back at the state attorney's office, they were doing the hanging Chad stuff across the street from my office, and one of the judges I was in front of was there. So like, we had a substitute judge for him because he was over there doing the hanging Chad shit. I really believe this is when things began to change.
What were we saying?
You might want to explain what hanging Chad is.
Oh my God. Okay.
Do we have to? I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, like if you're gonna lead it,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Chat
So-
might not understand.
So people in chat, again, 51, almost 52-year-old guy, back in the Bush-Gore election of 2000, it's a very close election, and the issue became, especially in Florida, the hanging Chad, because this is when we had the punch ballots, which thankfully we got rid of. So there's a whole debate as to whether or not someone actually punched a vote for Bush or Gore. And there was an issue of literally, you would look at a sheet of paper, and you'd punch through it. And the question would be whether the punch through, there you go. Did it fall out enough or not?
Hanging Chad. It didn't
That
punch
little
all
piece
the way
of paper
through.
is the hanging Chad.
Good.
Stupid.
Yep. Didn't
Wait,
fall out.
here's
gotta
the
get a puppy
thing.
out of here.
I talked about
Come on,
this
buddy.
when I was giving my numbers. I think that normies have. You see it in the polls right now, whether they're real or not, or correct or not. I think normies, like Drew was saying, it's gone to that point where it's hurting enough that they don't give a shit. They're saying, okay, yes, we get it. Orange man bad. He's rude. He's obnoxious. We don't like him, but we don't need to like him. It doesn't matter if I personally wouldn't want to have dinner with the son of a bitch. It's if he's going to be a good president, if he's going to get where I can afford gas again. That matters, I think, now. And I think that's where they're losing all the normies and the independents and all that stuff. I think there has been a shift in that. And I think that's what scares them and what's scaring the shit out of them and the reason they're fucking panicking.
But I don't think this debate tonight will have any effect on that. Because I do not
because I think those people have already made up their minds. I think they're voting for Trump.
I don't think normies are watching the debate. I don't think they are.
But there's too much meat to be picked off the bone that can be misrepresented. Like with Kamala Harris making her stupid ass faces, and Donald Trump making fun of her for I was talking.
So,
well, like you said, you'll
I'm
see
sorry.
more in the clips. In the days to come, it'll be known as the first debate, with them one-on-one. Which
it'll be known as the first.
Sense.
It'll be known as the first debate with a candidate who received primary votes and a candidate who received 0 primary votes.
Yes.
Yeah. After they did the Biden debate, which was very early. There was a reason for that.
So this is again where I think it's interesting, and I missed it because I had to take care of some internal stuff. Did you all talk about overall what you thought? I know we were talking about that earlier. Who won? Who did? That sort of thing.
Yeah, a little bit. We were kind of giving out scores. Yeah.
Yeah. So
kind of
honestly,
now we just rabbit trailed a bit.
So honestly, I don't think Donald did as well here as he did in the first debate.
Oh yeah,
but there's a reason. There's a reason why. Because I think the first debate was basically the moderators let it happen to let Joe Biden get hung out to dry.
Yes, it was abysmally bad for Biden, not necessarily that good for Trump.
But if you compare, that was CNN, right? That was CNN. Yeah. So there was a little bit of help, but not the level of help that you saw here. Now remember, the president of ABC is very good friend with Kamala Harris. Did she get the questions before or not? It honestly doesn't seem like she did because her responses
weren't those emails to leak.
They weren't as great as they should have been. But it's very clear at some point Trump recognized I'm not debating Kamala Harris. I'm debating fucking David Muir. Why am I
Which
doing
is
it?
why
with this
he was
thing?
trying to schmooze him. He was like, "Hey, you made
Yeah.
this documentary." Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, he knew."
But that's the point. That's the point where I think that why this debate didn't go as well for Trump, because there was also times that the no talk over mic went away. He was also debating more than he did in the CNN debate, the moderators. So I think he got triple teamed. He made some points, but he also got thrown off a little bit. So that's why I would give Donald Trump a 65 versus 35 for Kamala. Because I don't think he did as well.
I would agree. My own personal opinion, I would disagree with that. But if you're talking about normies, that sounds about right, because there's too many trinkets. There's too many pieces of clippable material that can be taken out of context, which is all they do in journalism anymore. They don't give you context. They give you what you want to think.
See,
So,
and now
that's what I was looking at.
personally-
I'm like, okay, here, like, I'm like, this is something that they could have taken out of context. If you remove the context around this, I know I get made fun about this a long time, but I do marketing. I do stuff like that. You have to make sure that your message is vastly unable to be removed. Like, you can't pick pieces out of it and be made to look bad, because it'll make your product look bad. And the problem with debates is you're going in real time. Even if you're going against a smooth brain like Kamala Harris, it's just like the pieces that could be taken out of this debate. Yeah, I would agree with that. I say Trump 7, Kamala 3, if only because of the fact that there's a lot of stuff that they could pick out to dunk on Trump and make Harris look good. But it's almost impossible to not avoid that if you're having real talk. That's
right. But again, and also the same point though is, you said marketing. I market as well. As a lawyer, I market my points.
You're much more part in marketing than I am.
Right. And I market, as you say, in real time, which is really interesting, because I did not see our fabulous prosecutor there marketing in real time. I mean, she was not like, when you hear an argument in court, you have to adapt to it. And I thought about this because, I'm a trial attorney, which means I've done over 50 trials my entire life. And I got to experience trials with probably, my personal opinion, one of the best trial attorneys I've ever worked with. And we had a very difficult case. And he got up and he delivered a closing argument, and he sat down and he goes to me, "How'd I do?" And I said, "I think I was the best closing argument I ever heard." Now the other side got up, and that's their time to do rebuttal. You know what he didn't do? He didn't address anything that my trial partner, my boss, said. That's a fault. That's what Kamala missed out on. And that's what the other side missed out on, which is why we won our case, because you did not address the other side. Yeah, she's arguing, but she's not arguing the points that are being presented. There are ways to attack Trump, absolutely ways to attack Trump. And like when I'm like saying, she's saying all this stuff, and I'm saying, Trump say this, Trump say this. That's me as the trial attorney saying, this is what you hit. You can't just hear someone saying, you have to listen to what they're saying and react. Hearing someone talk is fine. But if you want to debate and you really want to argue, you have to listen to what is said, and being creative enough and agile enough to think, what's my response on the fly? Now, Donald Trump does not have that, because he's not an attorney. He is a personality, and he understands how to put a wow factor out, which is what he did. He did do the wow factor. He did do the good lines. Kamala Harris, as a prosecutor, also a fellow prosecutor, she failed. She failed because she fell back on her tropes. She fell back on her lines. She fell back on the debunks, J6 stuff, the people, the Capitol Police being killed, the Charlottesville, all debunked stuff. So she didn't adjust agilely. She didn't think like an attorney. She fell back on what she felt was safe, which is debunked bullshit.
Yeah, but like on a very you're correct on a very technical level. But are the people who are watching this while doing this You know?
Yeah.
Are they
No,
gonna pick up on that? Or are they
No.
gonna happen to look at the screen when she's looking into the camera and talking directly to them? Something that Donald Trump did not do like once.
Yeah.
Well, to that point, I'm sharing my screen right now. The quartering says, in hostile territory, the best grade I can give Trump is a C-. He lost. Cope and C or whatever, but he did. Yes, he lost a 3v1, but he lost. He got triggered and got off topic, and because of it, he lost a solid 5-point lead, at least in the betting markets. Get back at it.
I don't entirely disagree.
I don't know that I can fully disagree. To me, it looked good.
They're tied now.
And down here, he says it didn't cost him the election, but it will cost him a week of headlines.
Yeah,
I think that the second half, actually, I do think she got him off his game a little bit. I think the first part before the first break, he did so much better. But like I said, I think he's already got a lot of the votes. I don't know if this has changed anything because I think, like I said, I think the moderates, the independents have already decided that unless something traumatic happens, he's going to win because they are sick and tired of what's going on in this country. They're sick and tired of this shit. I think it truly is how it is. Real quick, Gal, you were about to say something earlier. You got cut off. Did you want to?
One of the things I noticed was for the points that I was here for, because I did have to step away a couple of times. I only ever heard them basically interrupt Kamala one singular time when she was talking. For Trump, he was continuing talking and they were just like, oh, we got to get him to shut up and we got to move on. Like those types of interactions between the moderators. That happened to her once. Otherwise, they let her talk however long she felt like it. With Trump, it happened at least 5 times.
Yeah.
I don't think that was by accident.
So
because he was making too good of points.
Yeah. So Vagabondos here is like, I just think the left is dumb and would eat up anything she says. I don't care about the left. I'm talking about the people
they're lost.
who don't know what to do. The people who hate this time every 4 years that want to vote and they want to vote accordingly, but they fucking hate having to put in any sort of
here's
effort
the
to
thing.
do it because it's
didn't move the needle.
They're intrinsically on the left because they watch all these shit TV shows, listen to all this shit music, read all these shit stories, read everything. They are influenced by the left, so they are just left of center. So they are influenced by they are essentially just left, but they are influenced by anything the left does. I have a 68-year-old father-in-law who still watches that stupid asshole David Weir, who is about as believable as a used car salesman on the side of a road in the middle of nowhere, but he still believes him because he's on ABC, so he must be believable. There's a lot of stupid and I love my
and the key thing to that though is how old did you say that gentleman was?
68. But
68.
But 58.
My in-laws.
Put it 58. Put it 48. There's a lot of people that are that fucking stupid who just would like sorry. There's not a lot of us, but you have to understand if the median person was smart, we wouldn't have a bunch of people trying to look into gas cans with a lit match, all right? And that's the fucking truth.
True.
All right, I'm dead serious. An average American is stupid as fuck, and they don't question anything because they have a charmed life.
So the first clip that I'm seeing that's getting traction right now, and now this is me, so it doesn't necessarily stand for both sides, but it's Kamala Harris just stated that January 6th was worse than 9/11 on the eve of 9/11.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that all over the place. So for this 24-hour period, that's going to be one that could potentially get a lot of traction.
And officially, and this one needs to be pushed. One person died on January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Her name was Ashley Babbitt, and she was killed by an officer of the United States government.
There was one officer that died, but it had nothing to do with the riots. He was
that was a day later.
Yeah, he had a stroke.
I think it was 2 days later.
He had a stroke a day later.
The stroke happened the day of.
No.
But it happened. It was dietary. It was like it was
Right.
It had
Like,
nothing to
I'm
do
was
just
with
not-
saying
anything,
I
yeah.
eat Chipotle.
Yeah.
I know who you're
And
talking
the
about.
next day is
And
bad.
the autopsy said it was not due to concussive trauma. It
I
was
know.
due.
That's
yeah,
what I said. I'm just saying that there were
yeah.
two.
But he didn't die that day. Some person was killed because of an official action by the firing of a weapon into the woman's neck for
Yeah.
a trespassing charge.
It's
With-
too late
without-
to call it
without,
out. Everyone
any
already
warning.
feels on one side or the other. Like it's just gonna have to come back.
Okay,
down to
so
the economy.
quote
And what-
RFK Jr. RFK Jr. Unfortunately, we had moderators who were clearly biased, who were constantly checking Donald Trump, but none of those whoppers that the vice president was saying. They simply sat there on the sidelines. RFK Jr. is like he's totally gone on Trump. He's not even now saying, I don't even think he's saying for like the states he's still on. He's like, vote Trump. He goes, we can't let Kamala become a dictator. I can't believe what's happening right now. A Kennedy, literally, a Kennedy has been disowned. The direct son of Robert F. Kennedy, the
By his
presumptive
family, by the way, by his
1968
descendants.
nominee.
Yeah.
Well, so was
He's been
Walt,
disowned
basically.
Yeah, that's why I
by
don't-
not only his family, but the
Yeah, but-
Democratic Party.
Yeah, so was Walls. I don't the whole being disowned by your family for your political thing. I don't put a whole lot of stock into that.
I don't
because
either.
Both times.
What I put a stock in
Both sides all
is the
the time.
Democratic Party disowning the son of RFK. Think about that. That means, well, first off, JFK and RFK would not be Democrats today. Bottom line.
No, they wouldn't.
Fuck,
That's
Bill
the thing
Clinton's
is
a Republican now. Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
That's-
okay. Breaking news. Hang on. I'm gonna share this.
And Cheney's
now
a
real
Democrat.
fast for you guys.
Yeah,
'Cause this
Cheney's
is
a Democrat.
this just came out. Share.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people, if they looked into their actual political things, they'd be more towards the center than left, but they just assume they are because that's what they're told they're supposed to be.
Breaking news: Taylor Swift endorses Kamala.
Oh no.
Taylor Swift, like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. Wow, that came out. This statement came out really fast.
Because it was already written.
kidding.
If you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. As a voter, I make sure and watch and read everything I can about their proposed policies and plans for this country. Bullshit. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me. I can only assume she's talking about the Oscar the Grouch garbage.
She's not, but she should be.
Oh, no.
That's not the Asia.
No, that's
that is not the AI she should be worried about.
She's not. It's falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run. Was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. It brought me
Oh
to the
my God.
conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth.
You know what
Wait a
she
minute.
did?
She said, wait, is she saying
She-
that AI at BBC does not apply to her?
No,
It sounds
she played Dustborn and realized the dangers of misinformation.
No, this was
I
already
have to play
written.
this
that game. I'm still playing
This,
it.
this was already
spoil
written.
it.
It was written by
I'm
her
playing.
publicist. She wanted to put it out 4
Oh,
weeks ago. They said
okay.
hold on to it till after the debate.
Oh, wait.
So then now everyone's talking
Can
about
we
this. All the
skip
normies
to
are
the
gonna be
bottom.
talking
This is the
about
thing with
Go to
marketing.
paragraph
Taylor
3.
Swift.
Go to the bottom.
No, don't go to paragraph. Look at her sign off underneath her name.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
come on.
Childless cat lady.
Do we have a
Okay.
timestamp
Thank
on
you.
this or anything like?
Well, we have Libs of
It's-
TikTok.
I don't
posted
give a shit about libs of TikTok. I get.
Wow.
I
You know what I see?
I fucking.
Well, no,
hate-
click on Taylor Swift's tag right there. See if it's on her actual Twitter.
that
Okay,
looks
yeah.
like it might be something from an Instagram.
I'm a little scared to scroll Twitter, but
You gotta
Nah,
look
you
at
should
the
be all right
recent
with
replies
KJ.
or whatnot.
Where-
yeah, but
where is
that so it would show up on the timeline here, but that
Yeah,
that
it looked
was
like an Instagram post. When's even the last time she
Yeah.
tweeted anything?
I don't even have
Uh,
Instagram. Don't someone else have it?
I have
Yeah,
Instagram.
that's-
Let me go
I
check
don't.
on Instagram.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't.
Here,
I,
let's
mean,
see.
I do, but
Most recent
I don't do
post,
shit with it.
June 22nd, May 26th, May 20th.
Yeah, she doesn't use Twitter.
Hold on.
So-
Let me check Instagram.
I think Gal put it in the chat, maybe. I see some pop up.
Let me see. Yeah, it might be.
Oh, yeah, she does say, I will be casting my
Here
vote.
it is. Here it is. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's there.
So
15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago.
Okay, so yeah. They had this ready to go as soon as the debate ended.
Yep.
And we knew that this was
another thing. I don't think it's going to change anything.
Yeah.
So
Oh my God, no.
No.
Tay-Tay is the voice of Generation Z.
It's baked into the cake.
But just
People
keep
are
in
gonna
mind
vote
that we're
for it.
about to see a whole spread of these come out.
If
Let's be honest.
if Kinzo could vote, it would have changed his vote, but that's neither here nor
Dude,
there.
It's gonna come
do
from
celebrities
the place of
matter
trying to
anymore?
Be impartial. They're gonna try to act like they're the impartial celebrity, but that's not gonna float by anybody. We all know where they all stand.
No one thinks anyone in Hollywood is a conservative.
Exactly.
All true conservatives don't say shit. The ones we know about have been around long enough that they're protected. John Voight, hell, Kelsey Grammer.
Normies don't know that shit. They don't know any of that stuff, man. They
don't.
Literally
No,
are not.
I'm talking.
They don't care.
Us people. No, and I don't think. Honestly, I don't think normies care about celebrities anymore. I don't think we're in like. There was a time
They do.
where
They're
like you would
retarded.
see a
If they're still
celebrity.
watching David Weir and they think he's like amazing, then he's.
I don't. I think you're talking about a lefty, not a normie.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm talking
I
about
think
normie.
it's the normies, like I said.
My father-in-law, who worked 100 hours a week in a automotive part manufacturing plant, he still watches David Weir. You have to understand, anybody above the age of 50, they just believe that shit because they thought that Walter Cronkite, everybody's like him.
Gosh,
You're right in
Like,
certain
until that
aspects, but
generation
like I
does that.
said,
Could you bump up the age for those of us who are in our 50s?
I think, like I said, is the fact
you look
is
very young, sir.
when
I'm
your
50
checkbook
I'm
is
almost
hurting
52,
as bad
man.
as it is, when you're freaking not able to afford simple things that you need to live, when you can't afford gas, when you're freaking having to take out a credit card to pay for just food for your family, those kind of things overrides that. I don't think it doesn't matter how many celebrities tell you life is great and you should be happy when you're suffering. I think we're to that point, and I just don't think they're buying it anymore.
I think the point that needs to be pushed on, especially the Gen Z. So I agree with Mo's, but I think he's got the generations off. So I'm Gen X. I was born in 1973 before Nixon had his second inauguration. So I'm pure Gen X. So that means millennials. Wait, Gen X, Gen Y is Gen Y, millennials, Gen Y is millennials.
Gen Y and millennials are the same.
So that's 1980. So I grew up in the 80s.
And
I mean, you're cusp, but I grew up. I saw Reagan got shot on TV. I saw the Challenger blow up when we were watching it in the cafeteria.
Kindergarten. Yep.
So in college saw Waco on TV. I voted. My first vote was for HW. So my presidential vote was for George HW. I registered. I was signed up for selective service 6 days before the first Iraq war began, which is a scary time because we didn't know what was going to happen. There's a generational difference. I totally agree. There's generational difference, but I think the boomer generation, boomer and quasi silent generation, which is my parents, the late 70s, early 80s. Like my parents are not in that because they're all conservatives. They're Reagan people. But like my wife's parents, they're the ones that watch The View. They think Everyone Loves Raymond is a great show. They're the ones that watch MSNBC and CNN. And when they come down for Christmas and they come over to the house and I have to sit down and I show them stuff, they're amazed. They're like, where is this coming from? And I go, the problem is this generation grew up in a world where, like you're saying, Walter Cronkite was the voice. And even though Walter Cronkite was a total fucking lefty, I'll give Cronkite credit. He kind of played it down the middle for the most part.
Yeah. No, he was.
Now then you got Dan Rather.
Yeah.
Dan Rather came in, and later on, Dan Rather clearly became totally lefty. But like the older generation still believes, and when I say older generation, not my generation, but like the boomer generation still believes in only 3 channels.
Yeah.
ABC, NBC, and CBS. That's
my
it.
mom,
That's what
my
I get
mom
your
still my mom still thinks that Bubba Wallace had a
noose
in his garage. Yeah.
and not a pool room.
And this was like 2 years ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to let you guys know Yashar Ali from Huffington Post and New York Magazine is saying in a statement, Kamala Harris and her campaign are calling for a second debate. So just so everybody knows what's currently happening. And that's somebody who works on the inside with them. So he might actually.
If
it's a power
that
move.
happens,
They're just trying to do that.
I saw that coming, to be honest.
It's a bluff.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like calling a fight when you know the dude's not going to show up. It's real easy to sit there and say, "I'll kick his ass. He's a bitch. He ain't gonna," when you know he
what
can't
Trump
make
needs
it,
to do? Fine, I'll see you tomorrow.
Begins in October.
Yeah,
Come on. I'll see you tomorrow. You want to do tomorrow? Let's go tomorrow.
Yeah, we did it.
We
on
don't-
your
we
territory.
don't need to do all this
Let's do it.
Encore, come back
Let's do
in.
it somewhere else.
Do it tonight.
Hey, no. Like you want to do it? Let's just do it. Lincoln Douglas debates. Come on, let's go. Just go anywhere. Come meet me anywhere. Come meet me anywhere. I mean, I know you're scared because you think you may be
How about in
shot
front of an audience?
because they try to shoot me, but you got your Secret Service. I know they're
That
not
is the
going to protect
biggest
me.
Travesty is I don't know if it's a COVID era thing that they just kept on, or if that's how they do it now, is not having an audience. That is, it makes me want to throw up that they wouldn't do it in front of people to have a real person watching in order to see that
Honestly,
it didn't match up with what you guys saw.
Drew, honestly, I dislike the audience, and the reason I dislike the audience is it became too much WWE style, because you'd literally have hyper partisan shows in there, and it was literally hoots and hollers, and it took away from the debate. So I don't mind the non-audience.
It would balance out the moderators. I would say, because if they're doing the wrong thing, they're going to get called up by the audience. So
yeah, but it's not going to matter. The moderator's going to do what they're going to do, and I kind of don't
it's just
dislike
more AI. Just feel just kind of weird, where it's just the 4 of them basically. In this little
what
bubble thing.
You know what Trump should do? This would be the big brain move. Take up Elon Musk's offer to do a X-hosted debate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, so a
do one
police
outside.
report just came out
Everybody
from
inside
Clark
with
County, Ohio, that there were in fact 2 males and 2 females, all Haitian. Each had 2
I got it.
geese, 4 geese stolen. They were speaking Haitian Creole.
I got it.
First of all, as somebody that's from the Midwest, fuck them geese. Eat all them shits. I will import all the
geese.
Haitians if we
Geese
get
are
rid of
horrible
those
things.
Canadian geese. Yes.
Yeah, but it's still funny as hell that it's happening.
Oh yeah, no,
Canadian geese are
it's
horrible
okay.
geese.
But I'm just saying.
Alana,
And honestly, you're probably going to get salmonella eating Canadian geese.
Question mark.
I don't care. It takes care of the problem.
I got it.
Send
I got
the
it.
geese
I
to
got it.
them. Let's export.
I got the debate, guys.
and
I
make
got it.
money off it.
Elon Musk debate from Butler, Pennsylvania.
Boom. Yeah.
Outside?
That's the battleground area.
With real security.
You got that right.
On the stage.
Yeah, but here's the real
They could
question:
be in a bubble
will the
dome
person in charge
with an audience.
have a timeline with labels or without? Will she have a timeline with labels?
We don't get another debate. Does anyone here honestly think we get another debate?
No, there's no.
No, because how long
came
it
out with
took
this
them-
is posturing.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's calling a fight when you know the person's not going to be able to make it. It's talking shit when you're totally safe. The fact is they don't have time to set up the rules. They don't have time to get it all ready, I mean, because it doesn't happen. It doesn't just go, let's debate, and they go, okay, how about on this day? Let's do it. It's always a negotiation.
Oh my God.
What's the rules? What are we going to do?
Wait. SNBC.
Hold on.
Thanking Taylor Swift.
I'm literally watching Fox right now. So RFK Jr. speaking, but on the other window, they have someone out there saying, Dick Cheney and John Bolton have endorsed Kamala Harris.
That's
Oh,
what I was thinking.
God.
John Bolton wanted to go to Iran.
John Bolton. I didn't hear that. I didn't know that one was coming.
It literally said, I swear it said John Bolton. I'm reading the closed captioning. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Oh God, there's memes of David carrying Kamala across a fucking battlefield.
That's one of the ones.
Who turned on
memes that are
CERN
coming
again?
up.
Stop turning on CERN.
We do.
Oh my God.
We do have memes that will come
Oh,
up here in
yeah,
a minute.
there's memes
Hopefully.
Either turn it on or crank it up.
They turned
Current
CERN on
setting is not
again for the second time a couple years ago.
D-Day Cobra, panic announcement. They were scared at the disastrous debate from Kamala. Trump won, and then he just reposts Taylor Swift's endorsement. Yeah, it came out 15 minutes after the debate.
Trump would have to slip off of the stage for Jeremy to say that Trump lost a debate, though. Like
What? No, Jeremy's totally fair. He's not a grifter. Did you not see my video? I
Fair
told
and
you he's not a grifter at all.
He's very balanced. He's got those Adidas Crocs. They don't let you.
He's
move
very
one way or
balanced,
another.
just on one side of the teeter-totter. We have folks knocking on doors. We have Jesus Christ.
So here's my take on the debate. She basically had the same talking points Joe Biden did, but she didn't, she just memorized it for the last probably 2 weeks. She just memorized the stuff over and over again, what she probably did in college and law school and all the stuff. It's all the same stuff he says or tries to say, and it's all failed policies.
Yep.
So she was just able to memorize it, and then she had the moderators fill in the gap as well to both help her and to poke at Trump as well. So
Yeah,
that's
that was the most
why
egregious part of the
was-
debate.
That's why it looked better, or it will look
exactly
better to the average.
Like when
person
David Weir
or
tried to
something
start
like
right the ship, I'm like, come on, motherfucker! Like even a normie would look at that.
And this is where I think Trump not being an attorney and not understanding how to counterpunch in the way an argument does. I know Trump counterpunches, but like you got to be agile. And Trump's got a lot of good stuff.
He had
I would get
big
sick
win
of
tonight, though.
saying the same thing about Charlottesville and this and that, all these things, and
He-
because like the
the-
moderators
he needs-
just keep bringing up the same stuff. Oh, Obamacare, that was like 15 years ago. He's like, I didn't have any part of that.
And
They're
literally,
like, "How do you
he
feel
should have just
about it?"
gone like, what am I debating? He could have looked at.
Yeah,
oh, hold on.
let's look at the
It's
unemployment
2024.
rate.
I mean,
Let's
wait,
look at
are
eggs.
we in September? I debated Joe in June. Why am I hearing the exact same points now? I thought you were a different person. Why am I debating Joe Biden again? Why are you bringing up Charlottesville? We already heard this. You're not bringing up any Kamala. I'm sorry, Madam Vice President. You've not brought up any new points. All you're saying is the exact same argument that we had for the last 3 years, which is why our country's in the toilet. And you want to continue it? I don't understand what new you're offering. Why do you want the American people to suffer again? Tell me something different. You say you have a new vision. It's the same vision as the guy who jumped off the stage after you pushed him off after I kicked his ass. What's wrong, Kamala? You're a prosecutor. Prosecute me, bitch.
He said that in so few words as I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things they say about me.
Yeah.
That was a
but he
hell of a line that he threw
See,
out.
it was a great line, but I really think, this is again, this is me putting myself in there, and I attack it a different way. So, I can't. Oh, wait, who's speaking now?
I never understood why moderators come from journalists. Like everyone knows their bias. Like it doesn't make sense. You can grab two people off the street or in any other.
But that's what it should be.
Yeah.
Honestly, the best is
grab
the
five
town
people,
hall.
Yeah, of different ages, or not 5 people, but enough where it's like, okay, we're not just gonna pull from journalists that we've been hearing for, people have heard from these people. We know where they stand. Even if they don't think that they're biased, they're going to lean one way or the other.
Everybody is biased. It's just like
have RFK.
We're all biased right here.
No, but we have to. The ones that try the best to mitigate are the ones that are the best moderators. Knowing your own shortcomings and indiscretions is what makes you a good moderator. And nothing's going to be perfect, not at all. But we can do a damn sight better than David Weir and other women that we don't even give a fuck about. That was wearing.
You could get like a CPA and a history teacher.
The T Swift campaign is on. So, MSNBC global superstar Taylor Swift on Tuesday announced her support. Oh my God. How spontaneous and grassroots.
Like I said, it's so sad because you know that she went to him months ago saying she wanted to endorse. They said, hold on to it. Like I said, this strictly, the only purpose of this is to distract from the debate. It's all, if the debate doesn't go that well, drop it literally right after, and that's what we'll talk about. So we can talk about anything but debate. You can't sit there and say that Trump lost if this is the reaction they have. It's like Jeremy said. They wouldn't have done this at 15 minutes after the debate if they didn't feel like they lost points. I don't care what the betting average said.
Yeah.
It's what we see right in front of us. And this is a move of somebody who fucking lost. I'm sorry.
Which is why she will break up with Travis Kelce in 3 weeks.
And write a song about it.
No, but like, I mean, I know we talked about it on Thursday, but like everything is planned with these people, right? Everything is planned.
Everything.
This is all planned. And I said before, look, all these PR people have to plan for the contingency. So just the same way as like every news outlet has a canned story whenever a president dies, whether it happens now or 6 years from now. If Bill Clinton were to die tomorrow, there'd be stories ready to go on Bill Clinton. And it was like, how'd they get this ready? Because they've had it ready since he was president. That's what they do. They just update it. They plan ahead. The PR campaign has planned ahead. Taylor Swift, look, we know she's a fucking lefty. And look what she did to Travis Kelce. Look at his haircut. Holy crap. And what did he do in fantasy this week?
How would she explain raising or having taxes on unrealized gains? Like, how would you do that? What impact?
You can't ask her that question. She doesn't understand the
She
question.
doesn't know shit about politics.
Well, the way that she would
Taylor
answer
Swift
it is,
is
oh,
retarded.
we're only doing it for $1 million plus earners. But the issue with that is that once it's established, then they start sliding it.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what?
Like
you know what? ABF, you know how that same way that was? It's called the progressive tax rate. Because that's what it was when it started in the 1910s.
Exactly.
And then it was the taxes were originally for the richest people ever, right? And then it became for everybody. So they're just going to be sliding down. And then when you explain to someone, have you ever tried to explain to someone what the unrealized capital gains is, what the tax on wealth is? Have you ever done that before?
Yeah, they can't comprehend it because it's so stupid.
Yeah,
it's
really
when
easy.
When you break it down to them and you explain in the simplest terms, they go, "Well, I don't have the money." Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but you're going to pay for
did
it.
it. You start cutting off your farm, your land,
right,
in order to pay for property tax of
so
something
that's,
you already own.
That's
But
exactly,
again, they're going to say,
I
"Oh,
gave
it's only
example.
for the rich."
It's the same bullshit.
Like,
everywhere.
I'm getting like I own like my house, like our house. We bought it for like $350, and now it's valued on Zillow at like $700. Okay, so does that mean it's unrealized capital gains according to Zillow? Yeah.
Yep.
So now I have to pay for that. Okay, so that means there's a $400,000 increase. So I have to pay for $400,000 in capital gains unrealized, but I don't have that money. So how do I get that money? Okay, I have to sell my house. Okay, well, if I sell my house, I don't have anything. Yeah, but you have the house, and you haven't sold it yet. But because the market says it's worth more, you have to pay for it now. But I haven't paid it yet. Shut up.
Yep.
Taxes can
right
be.
here. This is an NFA item worth a lot of money. I would have to pay unrealized gains on it.
The fact is, a lot of people don't understand taxes at all. It's like the inheritance tax. They sit there and they think that, oh, it's okay because the only people who are affected by it are people who have over $500,000 in inheritance. So people like Donald Trump, that's who it'll affect. No, it affects people like farmers. Because what happens is you inherit your family's farm. You're not rich. That farm is worth nothing except what the work you put into it. So you live in a small little house on that farm. You barely make it even and stuff. But because the value of the property is worth over $500,000, you have to pay on that. You end up having to sell your family farm to pay the taxes because your father died.
And
it doesn't matter that you're a poor blue collar, working hard on a farm, never had more than $100 in your fucking pocket. You lose your family farm because the government's a piece of shit. They don't understand taxes. They just look at the fucking broad idea of it and say that's a good idea. Let's tax the rich. They don't fucking understand, and people are too stupid to ever look into it.
It's easier to say tax the rich.
Well, if Kamala gets elected, I'm going to be $100 millionaire with inflation in like 2 years.
Well, that's the
and it'll be worth absolutely nothing. Yeah, you have $100 million and you won't be able to buy like fucking real cheese.
Is literally where we're going to be just by inflation.
So like the same thing, like
person.
Venezuela on steroids.
Yeah.
Back when I collected comics consistently, like I pay for comics and then they drop in value. So like here's my Yaira. It just came a couple weeks ago. It's sitting on the corner there. So I paid like $150 for this. So let's say it increases in price next year, $300. So now this is a commodity that I own, hypothetically. Now it's worth $300. Like, well, you have unrealized gain on this. I'm like, unrealized gain, but I haven't sold it. Yes, but it's worth more than when you bought it. That's true.
So you
have to pay for that. I'm like, but I haven't sold it. Okay, so I now have to pay on that. Okay, but if I can't afford to pay on that.
Idiotic thing I've ever seen in my life. I worked in finance for most of my life. Unrealized gain is conjecture and supposition.
It's speculation.
Yes. And
honestly, it's wishful thinking.
And it's
wishful thinking and robbery.
It's such a vile concept that people will make it into realized gains and losses to write.
You got to one up you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, fuck you! How'd you get a 9.9? I got a 9.8. What the?
Oh
9.9
no!
And inside. Oh yeah, you're just inside also.
And then Gal here wants to rub some dirt on it.
Yeah,
she got hers for free.
Yeah.
Here, hey.
So,
is anyone gonna text Taylor on her mansion in Rhode Island?
Oh
you got
shit!
10 for free.
What
do you have to do for it?
I'm actually jealous. But the other thing, just one last thing on the unrealized tax stuff. The best business is going to be being an appraiser, because that means everyone's going to have to get their shit appraised every fucking year just so they can file for taxes.
Well, I wish I had an appraiser that it would like with this law, because then I would have got a lot more money on my house I sold a few years ago. But
it will cause a registry too.
The real problem is
they're going to have a log of all your weapons, all your liquid assets, everything, and that will cause even more taxes.
And that's why you'll be happier by owning nothing. It's all making sense now.
Shit! You figured it out.
Stop with the bugs. but this is where the uninformed voter doesn't get it, because
sorry, before you get into it, I'm not uninformed, but I do have to go to bed. I am closing on a new rental property, and I got a lot of stuff going on. Not very fun. I wish I had the stock of scotch that Duke Devil has, because I need it, and I need some other drugs on top of it. But,
well, they tax your unrealized gains.
Come to Vegas next year. You'll get the scotch. I'll pay it.
Oh, you get the scotch. You get the scotch. That sounds like a promise and like an assault.
Shock made it.
It's a threat. Yeah.
We're closing
but it's been a pleasure streaming.
Wait, Shock will back up. I pay for scotch.
Mo's trying to head out.
What a great time to come in. Hey, seriously, guys, thanks for having me on. It was a pleasure talking with you all. Yeah, I know a lot of people in the chat were like, we couldn't hear the debate, but you know what? The debate, on top of the debate, is where the meat happens, and you just got to read the subtitles, baby, because we're here to, as Erwin from Nerd War says, nobody's going to save us but us. All right. Yep. We got to fight back against the machine. So to everybody on this panel, thank you for having me on, Static. Like, seriously, this was a pisser.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
I'm probably going to need a liver transplant after this, because your rules were stacked up against us, much like David Muir's debate tactics. But
I think we did like half the shots we did the last time.
That's amazing. So
I'm not even drunk yet.
Well, you're also a lawyer. You're also a lawyer. You're on your second liver transplant, right? Yeah, that's okay. All right.
See ya.
Anyways, guys, have a wonderful night. It was a great time talking about this. A lot of hearty debate. I love it. Drew, outstanding. You're the best of us. Duke Devil, you're the rest of us. and we'll talk to you later.
I will.
See you, man. All right, later, Mo.
Have a good one, guys. Take it
Later,
easy.
dude. I wish I could master Duke's sarcasm. I'm only apprenticed.
All right, so Shock just showed up. Shock, what do you think?
What do I think? I think it's a huge win.
How did you think of the debate and everything?
I think Trump did great. He slumped a bit in the middle, got a little too occupied in defending the whole voter fraud stuff, but I think he ended it pretty strong. Yeah, I think he just kind of got a little I would say drag. He dragged a bit in the middle, but I think he started strong and he ended strong. And I think what Trump's been doing lately is just all the stuff we've been reading about in the news that normal people don't care about, no matter how much we talk about it on the internet. No one pays attention to that shit. Trump's saying it out loud, and the only way for normies to actually hear this stuff is when people clip it or Twitch streamers watch it.
Yep.
And I think that's why this is a huge win, because these things that no one's talking about, Trump says it. And a lot of normies, especially the ones that I know, they still don't know who Kamala is. Everyone, even normies, are making fun of Kamala because they don't know who she is. She's just Biden with tits. That's it.
They won't let you know who she is. That's part of the plan of trying to get her in. Is let's not let any. We'll just use talking, little snippets like it's her time, or to get her in, and then we don't have to have anyone critique the policies.
Hillary Clinton was somewhat of a political figure, like a pop culture figure, right? It was like nostalgia almost. Like people know who the Clintons are. Nobody knows who Kamala is. So you can't just give the Hillary playbook to Kamala like that. Normal people don't know who she is.
Well, there's the mistakes they're making, but like I said, it's
you're right. I'm agreeing with you.
She didn't win.
That's why it's not working. Nah.
Yeah.
I don't think she gained any new people.
No, I don't.
I think Trump people are just, it's good to have your own side like criticize you the most because it's how you stay the most honest. But it's really funny to see Quartering like shit on Trump and Keem just be like shit on Kamala. Like I see a lot of normal people being like, dude, Kamala looks like a fucking idiot. And then you got Trump supporters being like, oh, Trump failed. You did terrible. I'm like, God, calm the fuck down, dude. This is a huge win.
Yeah.
I think
so. I just reposted
a lot when he's not streaming. And he tries to be contrarian.
So. Very much so. He's becoming a young Keemstar himself, honestly.
He tries to steel man everything.
Yeah, he does.
Which is like honestly okay to do, but not like out loud all the time.
The spirit of lofty pixels has consumed the Quartering.
So he doesn't know the point
Steel
of
man
where
with
we
liquid
call
courage.
out the other side for being delusional. Like he'll go fully into their delusion in trying to steel man things that he's
so
steelman.
weird, man.
So he's not wrong though. Trump did have a 6-point lead in Poly Market, and that's gone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't, like I said, that ultimately doesn't matter because it could just be shifting because they're unsure. Little things can change the betting market.
If I know anything about betting, if I know anything about Vegas, Vegas loves to bait the fuck out of people.
If Donald Trump had an extra milkshake from McDonald's, his points would drop because they'd be like, he might have a heart attack.
For people that watch football,
like
Vegas is going crazy
stuff.
that the Cardinals are going to beat the Rams. Like that is like the most like bread and butter version of Vegas gaslighting people to vote the other way.
Here's my reality.
Tyler Murray, and he's going to get shut down.
Kevin Sorbo just posted a video of proof of the Haitian immigrants eating a cat in.
That's another one we're gonna bring up
that link,
here in a
put that link
minute.
in the private chat.
Yes,
no,
that's all the
do
stuff I put in the
Static's
private chat.
reply to Alana Pierce. It's even better.
Drew,
here's
I think put it in the private chat and I put it again for
someone's trying to say that person, so that I did the reply to Alana Pierce. Someone's trying to say that person's an American citizen, and they linked an article. I went and I looked, and then I Googled the person's name, and all the articles from all the different local news places say the exact same thing. No statement on citizenship anywhere, citizen or illegal immigrant or anything. And I'm like, okay, that this doesn't mean anything. Some crazy bitch is eating a cat in a driveway.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
It's still an issue if a psycho is eating a cat in a driveway.
Under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah.
Here's the bottom. Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. Harris did not really fuck up. We didn't get any cackling. We got some weird.
We got no cackling.
Facial
we didn't.
expressions.
We got some weird facial expressions, but we didn't get the Kamala breaking down, which means she got a passing grade. Trump got thrown off his game. Trump got distracted. Trump got dragged back into the 2020 election. He fell for that trap, and he didn't focus. He wasn't as focused as he was against Biden.
He didn't have to be, though.
No,
Dude, she admitted to neocons like supporting her. That is huge.
And here's the thing. She was the one who needed to win, not him. He's already ahead in the polls. She's the one who's not known by America. She's the one who needed to come into this, make everyone know who the hell she was, and say, I want to vote for that woman. And do you think she did that? No, she didn't. She completely failed at that.
Yep.
So he's the winner.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree.
Damn, well, cope, bro.
Okay. I think she did enough to keep it viable. This was not the knockout blow we had in June. She seemed competent enough. And again, this is our echo chamber. So again, we have to recognize this. This is the thing we have to do. We have to recognize that we are more plugged in than most people. And I think most people are going to see her, and they're going to see her looking at Donald Trump, and they're going to know Donald Trump's a mean dude. And she's like, really? Really, Donald? And that's going to connect because you're dealing with people who do not think as critically as we do. We're dealing with people who do not read as much as we do. They don't see all sides. They're like, Donald Trump has mean tweets, and he's there bloviating and being mean and denying the 2020 election. And she's just there like, really, really, Donald? Really? That's going to connect with some dumbasses. That's the problem, and that's why I think
adding context to the Camp David shit.
And like I said, normally last time I would agree with you. This time, like I said, when it starts to hurt in your pocketbook, when people aren't able to afford basic amenities because of the prices raising and stuff, that kind of stuff just doesn't have the same effect. They can't use the same tactics they did last time. Sitting there saying Orange Man bad, he is so rude. Don't you hate how rude he is not going to work the same when you go to the store and you can't afford toothpaste. And
but people are not understanding that Kamala Harris is part of this, is why this is happening. She's coming
and we deserve to be fucked.
Yeah, we do. Because the American, sorry, guess what, guys? Having dealt with the American public and juries before, the American public is not that smart. And I hate to say it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing. A person can be smart. The collective cannot, because the collective goes with emotions and feelings. Collectives are not run by logic. You need a bunch of logical people. We are not Vulcan. I'm sorry. We are not the planet Vulcan. We are an emotionally driven people.
Good.
What?
No, I was saying Trump is with Hannity in the spin room right now on Fox.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I 100% agree with you, Duke. The people as a collective, we get stupid as shit. We turn into our base instincts, but that's what's going to work with him, because people, as stupid as they can be sometimes, and as easily they are manipulated, we also learn from pain. Pain teaches us, right? That's why scars are lessons, right? When people are hurting, which they're doing now, they go, how can I stop the hurt? Right now it hurts. How can I stop that hurt? And what they know is that under Trump, it didn't hurt. They may have hated him. They may have thought he was a complete douchebag, but it didn't hurt. And right now it hurts. And who's in charge while it's hurting? Biden and Kamala. And
those
so
are the normies that I've talked to.
Solely for that.
Devil, you're making a point that is totally logical. What I'm saying is there are people who are programmed and thinking not that way. So they are driven by their emotion.
Yeah, they're called leftists.
Yeah, they are leftists, but there's also normal people.
To vote too, there's going to be people that are going to vote for Kamala no matter what.
Yeah, and that's exactly.
So discount the leftists, discount all that.
To Devil's point, though, a lot of normal people who hate Trump, they say so Kamala's just Biden, right? I don't think I want Biden.
No, they don't see it that way.
You know what?
Dude, I fucking know these people. I live in California.
Yeah. Do you think they think Kamala's Biden?
Yes, they
Yeah.
do. They don't know the difference.
Same thing. A puppet for
Well,
whoever's
actually-
in charge of
But
Biden.
have
is
they
in
voted
charge
for
of Kamala.
Biden? Are you
Yeah,
saying
I actually do
California's
think
going
that
to
they
vote
are.
for Trump?
Yeah.
Don Lemon said
They're
his
going to
man
either
on the
that or
street
not vote,
interviews-
which is important. Not voting.
Yeah.
Don Lemon was saying his man on the street interviews were saying most people never heard of Kamala.
Yep.
They don't know who
Yeah,
she is.
so
They
she's
just
fresh.
see her
Wait,
as a
wait. That's
thing
that's
fighter.
the thing. She's fresh and new. She's mocha colored, whatever. And then we got Orange Man Bad, and the public has been programmed to think Orange Man Bad, Orange Man Bad. Lesser informed voters will think Orange Man Bad, Orange Man Bad. Oh my God, that's right. Things are bad under Donald Trump. They don't understand. I hate to say it because there's people are. I sound like a fucking elitist. So many people are dumb to the reality of the world. They're just like
talking about your
the gas
expensive
go up and
scotch
down.
before we started is when that
It's
came
not just
out.
dumb.
No,
They
you're-
just don't want to care. They don't want to think about it.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
would rather just. It's just the
But
Matrix.
what's
Just
important
believe
is
in.
that those people
No, just real
don't
quick.
Dude,
vote.
you're
If they
totally
don't
right.
wanna vote,
You're
they
totally
shouldn't
right,
vote.
dude.
They just want to cut the steak, eat it, and then go. Play on a cell phone, go to bed, go to work, whatever. And it just takes more.
Put me back in
effort
the Matrix.
to pay. Yeah, that's what it is.
They're
It's not
cipher.
just dumb. Yeah.
Well,
they're
what did George
They're
Carlin
cipher.
say? He said half
Yeah.
the people in the world are dumb, and then half of them are even dumber.
Yep. And you could tell those comics, George Carlin, even Robin Williams, they knew what was going on in Hollywood, in politics, in the average person, on planes. They drove in vans all over the country. They were very in tune to what's going on, way more than different people in Hollywood or even in DC. Like comics know what's going on. They have a pulse on the nation, and it's just bullshit that they get silenced over the past however many years. But hopefully that's turning around with your Rogans and Shane Gillis and stuff like that, because the average person that you're talking about, Duke, they want to listen to comedians, and so we need more of that, of people speaking their mind.
And I agree with that, but I still think that that's the people who don't understand there's other stuff out there. It's like if you like who's the guy? I saw him on Tim Pool. I don't remember the guy's name.
No, here's
My Beanie Brother.
No, he was one of the
Beanie
ones
Christ.
who's part of the walkaway campaign.
Oh, I know him.
Brandon
Yeah.
I can't
Straka.
remember his name.
Yeah.
Was it
Brandon
Straka?
Straka.
Brandon
Who-
Straka.
who-
Yeah, that's right.
who was like, was it the Charlottesville lie? When he saw the full thing of it, it's like, oh my God. It's like, you need to give them the red pill. Like, shove it down their fucking throat. And I know it's a trope to say the red pill. But I mean, holy shit. Like 25 years ago, the Matrix was right. It's the fucking red pill. And it sucks to take it. I mean, like Drew's saying, there are people who just want to be cipher. They're just like,
absolutely.
I want the meat.
And that's
I wanna
why
be
they
told the meat's
might not
fine.
even vote. That's why they have the
Yeah.
the Rock the Vote campaign in
Yeah.
the 90s. Bill Clinton on
And you know what's
saxophone.
really interesting?
Now Taylor
is-
Swift is saying, "This is what I'm doing, and I'm at all the football games, and all this stuff." That they don't even have to tell you who to vote for. They're saying, "I'm voting," and then that's enough to get them out of the.
What's
out of the house.
interesting is to see, like, Elton John the other day came out
They
and
don't
was
have to
talking
leave their homes to
favorably.
vote.
Oh, he's been out for years.
He's talking favorably about Donald Trump. And The Rock came out the other day and said, whether you like him or not, Donald Trump's saying some stuff that's interesting, and they tried to kill him. I'm like,
C-SPAN's
wait a minute.
poll currently on Twitter, 24,900 votes, 52% Donald Trump won, 47% Kamala won.
Whose poll?
C-SPAN.
Oh wow. Well, okay.
Twitter doesn't fucking count. But
I have a feeling tomorrow, blue collar workers, construction guys, wherever, fast restaurant, whatever, they're going to be talking about it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I bet white collar jobs are not going to be talking about it because you don't talk about stuff in an
Fuck
office.
no!
room,
Don't talk about that
you
shit
know.
in my office. Get the fuck out.
But
Yep.
in a construction site, in the military, in a place that you're not going to be monitored constantly everywhere, So that's why I think Trump has the advantage of the average.
Wait,
person
what's
like
this
that.
ABC poll where Trump won by 92%?
I think that's fake.
ABC showed
That has to be. Even I'm not that.
Yeah,
Like, I'm
hopeful.
looking for ABC right now.
I actually saw that shock, and I tried to look it up. I could not find it anywhere.
Couldn't find
so-
it.
You know what? Honestly, guys,
more fake
I-
news.
Yeah.
I honestly got to say, I'm glad Tim Walz did not go into the war zone because I think the terrorists would have defeated everybody.
No, I think that he would have sucked him dry.
Wait, what?
This guy, oh my God, this dude's energy is. This is a weird dude. They made up this fake JD Vance in a sofa story. I'm like,
God.
I'm sorry. JD Vance has a legitimate story. Go read the Hillbilly Elegy.
They
Okay?
even made a Netflix movie about it.
I
Wasn't
gotta be
Netflix, it's an
optimistic.
actual movie. It wasn't Netflix.
Oh
it's
yeah,
an
you're
actual
right.
movie.
You're right. It was. Yeah, it was a full blown
Yeah,
movie.
because
You're right.
I saw it.
I gotta be
Um,
optimistic and think that these are just their D level, candidates. They're just thrown to the meat grinder. Like,
Why would you choose this guy?
Because they know they're gonna lose, or because they don't want to use anybody else.
That's Drew. Honestly, I kind of agree with you with that because I kind of think, and this
It
is
might
why
not
you
be
don't see-
true because there might be fortification,
Right.
But it's
But
the
I
ones
kinda
that they need
think-
to give the most handicap to.
I don't think Gavin. If you really wanted to run to have a chance, I think Gavin would be a much better candidate because Gavin
I
is
agree.
fucking American Psycho.
What about this? What if they run
agree.
Gavin and it gets more people to vote for Trump so that Gavin doesn't win?
I don't think so.
this
I
is
think
more of
Gavin
an
has a better
even.
chance, to be honest.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
I think
so
Gavin have a better chance.
Mhm.
But it's a
My-
risk reward though. It's
my
a very high
normie
risk.
friends actually think that JD Vance was a bad pick and that
I
Waltz was
agree.
a good pick. Not even kidding about that.
Oh wait,
Waltz
what?
was a good
What do you
pick?
mean? Like,
I don't
What?
think either of them were a great pick.
was that? Yeah, I don't like
These don't
either.
mean anything.
I don't like either. I think that I think that they're dead wrong. But they think that choosing JD Vance was a net negative.
I don't
VPs
see how it
only
can
really
be
matter
because
in
the
this
fact
field.
is no one knows who he is. It's
I
like
don't know
Kamala
what that
Harris.
is.
I
There's
don't know
another
much about him.
And the only
another
answer they
Ohio.
could give me is, "Oh, he's totally weird."
Dude,
But
it's
okay,
Ohio.
well,
Why is he
That's just
weird?
talking points. That's just
gay
talking points they've been
programming.
And
pushing
the
over
the
Wait,
and
can
weird
they
thing
ta-
emerged
He's
around
weird.
the couch
He's
shit.
weird.
Yeah, that's gay programming. Oh, he's
Yep.
just weird. That's gay programming because
I agree.
Waltz is weird too.
Yeah, the horse.
I'm sorry. Has anyone seen Waltz come out?
Horse shit aside.
Hey, Coach Waltz. Coach Waltz. Do you remember winning the championship, Coach Waltz? Assistant Coach Waltz. Defensive coordinator, Coach Waltz. You remember? Hey, guys. Every time the Patriots won the Super Bowl, who's the defensive coordinator? Name him now.
Right. Well,
No?
they're the real heroes, boy.
Yeah,
No,
and that's
no.
where Trump messed up.
Who's the
tonight,
coach
was
that
he bring
won
up-
the
he brought up
championship?
Eric
Bill
Bieniemy.
Belichick. It's called
Oh, well, it's
like
different.
I'm a Steeler guy.
Josh Daniels.
So I got Chuck Noll. I got bugger. Who's the guy on CBS now? I can't remember the other two coaches.
Trying to think.
But I don't know any of the defensive coaches. Bottom line, you remember the head coach. Now they're coming out like, oh, this is Coach Walls. But he's the assistant coach. He wasn't paid. He was defensive coordinator. Do you think they're going, this is the coach guy won the championship? No. He's a fucking assistant coach.
It's like giving the water boy credit.
So Jim Harbaugh won the national championship for Michigan. I know that because my girlfriend, wife, whatever, went to Michigan. So I know Jim Harbaugh, right? Now I know the new coach was the defensive coordinator, but no one's saying the defensive coordinator won the championship last year. They say Jim Harbaugh. So why Coach Walls, Tim Walls is a fucking manufactured AstroTurf character.
I
No one knows about him.
I think Vivek is the Kellen Moore of politics.
The reason Tim Walz was chosen, let's be honest,
He wasn't a Jew.
Well, it's for Minnesota. Well,
that
it's
poll
for a lot of
seems to be
things, but
from
it's for
Fox
Minnesota
News, by
because
the
they
way.
want to make sure Minnesota doesn't get anywhere close to red, and,
Yeah,
and
but
as well
sacrifice Pennsylvania for Minnesota?
Yeah,
That'd be stupid,
I don't know,
yeah.
but if they really wanted to tear up Walls, they could show everything that all the decisions he made with COVID, that Trump let this governors, the states, make the decision, and he screwed
Under
over
federalism?
Yeah, here in Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota right now, and I got activated for the George Floyd riots. They called a civil unrest, but it just kept getting worse. They're burning down all of Minnesota, all of Minneapolis.
That didn't happen. That was peaceful, sir.
Yeah. So
You-
if they
Drew, your eyes are lying to you.
Yeah, so they need to tell the whole country that, because if they know all the shit that went down in Minneapolis in 2020 after a shit decision and so many more things, and they burned down minority owned businesses, minority whatever they're called.
They burned
government assistance.
They burned down
everything.
their own neighborhoods to protest racial injustice.
And that was Mayor
the logic.
Fry.
The logic
It was
would have
Jacob
been
Fry
to go to
and Tim
Whitey's
Walz.
neighborhood.
Hold on, Duke.
Yeah, it was Mayor Fry of Minneapolis and Tim Walz of Minnesota, and they had press conferences every day saying we're taking care of. Or first it was like, oh, it's nothing. Same talking points. It's nothing. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, it's getting there. So we're gonna activate people, but we got it taken care of. And then it went on day and night. We did 24. It was like a deployment. It was 24-hour operations. We had shift changes, and we're getting shot at. Like Humvees were getting shot at. It's like, what are we doing here? It made absolutely no sense, and it could have been stopped a lot ahead of time. I think Trump answered a question like that. He's like, I would have jumped in ahead of time, because he said Minneapolis, he said Portland, then the Chaz shop, all those were getting absolutely destroyed. The what was it, a federal building in Portland?
Portland, yes.
But yeah. It was getting like attacked, overrun. Like this stuff is not. I watched the police station in Minneapolis get completely destroyed. Yeah, I don't know if it was exactly Walz, but it was somebody's decision to say abandon the police station, and they went in, took everything out. The fire sprinklers like completely took out the whole thing. The whole thing was flooded, and it's like you gave up a government building.
You ceded ground to what is essentially an enemy.
More people should know what happened in 2020, but it all got glossed over.
But Gen 6
also
is the real tragedy.
And then
J6 is the worst thing ever.
Bailed people out.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, here's the reality. If Trump had ordered National Guard, Trump would have been called a dictator. And and that's the catch-22 of the whole thing. Would have been the right call to do? Yeah, but he would have been called a dictator. Now we look at it now, and the rational person sees all this. And again, rational person being us who actually see all this. But what the hell? I mean, literally, Beanie talks about it all the time. Was it like May 29th when
Bye, Gal.
See you.
Like Gal.
Good night.
When things were kicking off in DC, and you have the church burned, and the White House was firebombed, and Trump was told to go into the bunker. The White House was firebombed. No one thinks about that. The White House was firebombed, and Donald Trump was put in a bunker. And they're like, "Oh, this guy had to go in a bunker because of protests."
Bunker boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they burned down
the
a
garden
historic
house
church
on fire and lit the.
Have you?
lit
I know
the,
you
church
guys seen
on
it. Have you?
Here's
Y'all have seen the photos of DC on fire, and they're saying this is not an insurrection. This is not an attack on the government. But we're talking about J6, where Trump said go peacefully protest.
Well,
This
it's
is
on the side
attack-
that the new government backs.
Here's the thing.
It's okay.
Is you're right in that they would have called him a dictator, but not just that. What they really wanted is if the National Guard was called on Jan 6, if he had brought them down there to keep the peace, you would have had them actually inciting stuff. And then they would tell his own people, look what he did. You're supporters of his, and he sicked the National Guard on you. If they would have found a way to use it against him, because that's what it is. No matter what he did, they always sit there and try to say he made the wrong choice. Trump made the wrong choice. On Jan 6, he made the wrong choice by not telling everyone to go home right off the bat and stuff. It doesn't matter, because no matter what he does, no matter what step he makes, it's never going to be right, because the left
a lot
is
of his
easily
bad
able to manipulate
decisions-
stupid people into saying he is a bad person.
Well, a lot of his bad decisions is letting the Democrats bully him. letting the
Yeah.
Democrats bully him into not hiring, state troop and secret service, letting them bully him into not shutting down all flights from China. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
those are his
Yeah.
L's is when he listens to
And
the
and
Democrats.
not just Democrats, but the right too. I've always said this.
And
The only
Uniparty.
reason they were able to do what they did on the last election was because the Republicans didn't stand up to him. The Republicans said, "You're right. He lost. Let's have Joe Biden." Because the truth is, they wanted Joe Biden. They didn't want Trump again because he's not one of them.
Yeah,
So
you can't do it all on your
he
own.
listened to the Republicans and they led him wrong just the same. It's not just the Democrats. The Republicans are just as much pieces of shit when it comes to Trump as the Democrats were.
And that's the
Yep,
established
on each area, on foreign policy with John Bolton, all these things. Yeah, you can't. One guy can't do it all. You have to watch your back, your forward and your back.
Trump
Okay.
is saying that he would do another debate if it was on a fair network.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Oh, is there a fair
What's
network?
fair-
That's the
what's fair
problem.
network?
Rumble.
You know what?
Twitter or
Even if-
Rumble.
Even if they went to Fox, they would throw his ass under the bus.
Yeah, Fox is in his side. They're no.
Big
They should do a
pharma
video
fucks.
on X. They should do a video space on X.
That'd be awesome.
I agree with that.
Dude, that'd be
But
the
they
shit.
wouldn't.
But there's no way she's going to agree to that.
Yeah.
There's
That's
absolutely
why
no-
that-
and
That's on
would
her then.
Well, then
talk
put the
about
ball in
literally
her
breaking
court.
the internet. X already has bandwidth fucking issues. That would
No.
take down fucking AWS servers. Like,
I say throw the ball in her court and leave it there.
Yeah.
That's why I say there won't be another debate because they're just he's right. If there's another debate, he's done two on their terms. The third one, if they did it, he should be like, no, it's going to be on something that's fair and balanced with fair and balanced moderators, and they're never going to agree to that, especially not within the 50 days or whatever till the election. It's just not going to happen.
I love how the moderators
I
only
like it.
talked over her to get her to stop talking. Like, they were so on her side. It was hysterical.
They would,
Like,
they
that's
were
cute,
stopping her from
sweetie.
digging.
Stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Don't
only thing they
embarrass
tried to
yourself now.
silence, the only thing they tried to silence her on was when she was trying to say that I'm not for gun control,
Oh
and the
my-
only reason they did that was because they're like, don't talk about it. That's a weak point for us. So shut up, just
What?
don't talk about it, Kamala. type thing.
Is that real?
You're
That's the
making
Onion.
fun of people who died?
That's the Onion.
that's
You're
the
making
idea.
fun of a widow mother and a
Damn.
8-year-old daughter who lost their father?
This is
Holy
the
That's
actual
fuck.
cold.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
That's a bad look.
Wow.
Yeah. Robbie Starbuck. Delete this. People are grieving, you evil ghouls.
Oh my
Damn.
Damn, dude.
I mean,
Like,
if anything, they're bringing more awareness to it.
That him right there, bro.
I can't-
Jesus
I-
Christ.
They show how messed up they are.
He should have thought of that before he hit send. What a
That's fucked up.
dumbass.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna head out. This was good though. It was a good.
are you out, Drew?
Yep.
Yeah, this was a lot of
Yeah.
fun.
Later, Drew.
Good hanging out, Drew.
Time.
Yeah.
Yep,
good
thanks
talk.
for showing up, man.
Later.
Happy
Drop
to
it
have
Later,
you.
Drew.
The chat. Show whatever you got going on, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, Devil and I are working on some cool stuff. So next week, is that the plan, Devil?
Yep. Next
Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Okay, rank stream. More info to come.
Yep.
Yeah, other than that, at Drew Outstanding on X or Twitter, and Operation Outstanding Infield on YouTube.
Sweet.
Yep.
Thank you for
Thank you.
joining us, sir.
Peace out.
Yep,
Have a good
see
one.
ya.
Oh, I need to go over to Devil's chat and drop the link over there.
So the debate poll on Fox says 70% in favor of Trump, 29% Harris, 1% no clear winner.
Wait, sorry, say it again.
Here, I'll just pull it up actually.
Wait, how
The
much?
retards in the back, yeah.
So I think that poll was actually initially a Fox poll.
Yeah, it looks
the
like
one
it.
that was horribly off, because if you look at the bottom
Oh.
right, it says something about Fox down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you go to that URL, it takes you to a poll. So that may have been them actually showing the results of their poll live on
Yeah.
the
Kind of looks Fox-like.
Yeah, look at this comment here from see.
I don't know where this
Livefox.com.
ABC. Oh
Yeah.
my fucking god, we're retarded. I'm so retarded. How did I not see the ABC?
I missed it too.
The 90 probably the pull wasn't even fully over. It was skewed up, and now this is leveled off. So this is
Stop the pull! Stop the pulls! It's over.
Yeah. 92. There's 30 people in. We're good. We know.
The redheaded libertarian has posted a photo of her and a cat supporting Trump now.
The thing is no matter how you see this the outcome of this, nothing was blown up. There was no moment on either side that changed the race. Like I said, you can believe she won, you can believe he won, argue about that all day. We didn't get anything from this that was like a game-changing moment, a moment that a candidate built their entire race on. So I think that altogether it was pretty mellow. Yeah.
I think it's a soft step forward.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Kamala did not F up, and that's all she needed to do.
Yeah, I agree.
No, she needed more.
At first, it looked like he was going to get in her head. At first, it looked like he was going to be able to get into her head. And then she was able to kind of maintain herself. And now she still fucking lied.
We know she
they both
lies.
dodged questions.
But Kamala was debating one person. Trump was debating 3 people.
Oh yeah, I think everyone agrees on that.
They were running cover for Kamala. Like even my brother was in the chat. F and Steve. He was like, you know what? They're only talking about things that Trump said. They're not bringing up anything Kamala said.
That's good.
And he's like, well,
Kamala's a brand new character out of nowhere. She has no history or background. Why would we talk about anything she's done? She's completely new. She, according to her website, she's a new way forward. Follow the shining path, the golden path.
But that's why I said she needed to do more.
Which I just said to communism.
Because I agree with Shock. This was this was like her coming out party. This was her way to actually tell the nation who the hell she is, because a lot of them don't know. And that's where I think she completely failed at that, because all she did, the only policy she actually addressed was that one that she kept bringing up where it's equity or whatever for the economy. She didn't even say really what it was. She just she brought it up 3 times. That's not bringing and letting the nation know who you are. So that's why I'm saying I do think she needs to do more. At the end of the day, she needed to do more than he needed to do. He just needed to not fuck up. And I don't think he did. She needed to actually tell the nation, this is who I am, and this is why you should vote for me. And I don't think she did that. I think she scattered it off because she was too afraid to actually be a little bold. She was being way too reserved. And like I said, I wouldn't agree with her either way, but I'm just saying, as far as she didn't really sell herself to anybody, I don't think.
She's just
Devil, the reason
she doesn't have the facts.
Devil, the reason why I disagree with you is I do not think most of this nation needs to know who Kamala Harris is, because I think because of the media, as we saw tonight, it's all conditioned against Donald Trump.
Yes.
All conditions against who Donald Trump is, which is why she does not need to have policy, which is why she does not have any concrete plans or anything, because she is running her joy campaign. What they are running, this is the plan, which is why you won't hear anything, which is why the policies, which is a Control-C, Control-V from the Biden campaign, sprinkling in Project 2025, all they're running against is Orange Man bad. This is the playbook. The playbook is Orange Man bad. And this nation has been conditioned to Orange Man bad. You look at most people, and again, most people, I know we see this stuff in the streets, but most people think Donald Trump is a dick. And I think Donald Trump is a fucking asshole. I would not like to hang out with Donald Trump.
I
Be
would.
very nice to
I
me.
would.
Oh, I
I'd
would
fucking love it.
Honestly, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would too.
I think he's a bloviating asshole. But
I would let him
but I
treat me
like
like
what
an
he
ass. That'd be
does.
hilarious.
I agree with you, but that's what I've been saying is I agree with you that that's the thing, but it won't work this time. I think that yes, there are people who vote for her. It doesn't matter who she is. She could literally be a blank box.
Well, real quick,
Those people are called the leftists. Who they need to sell is the moderates, and I don't think they can because those
Yes.
people aren't gonna fall for it as they did last time.
The playbook that won them the election last time was mail-in ballots in COVID.
Yes.
If there's if there's even just less votes, people are people even going to be driven enough emotionally to care to vote against Trump, or are most people just too busy with their lives? And I think that's the bigger win, is having less people not vote, which means less ideologues in Hollywood and all the social media making people who aren't into politics randomly vote left.
Well, low voter turnout always helps Republicans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been the question since the beginning of this race even with Biden. It was, do they have enough energy to carry the anti-Trump vote?
No, I do not feel it at all this time.
More people voted against Trump in 2020 than that's
to be fair. Actually, hold on. To be fair, that's how Trump won. More people voted against Hillary.
Okay,
and then they realized, hey, actually, I like this guy.
Okay, yeah.
So the question then becomes: do they
because when she started grabbing guns, that's when she became unpopular, and more people voted Trump and against her.
And
so then the question becomes: do they want to vote for the mean tweets dude, or do they want to become part of history again? History is important. Let's make history and make the first woman of color president of the United States, which is where the October surprise comes in, when somehow Biden is no longer president, Kamala Harris becomes president, and the question is, do you want to only let the first black woman
Indian
president
Yeah,
only serve for a month?
The Indian
How
woman.
racist are you that you would vote against the first black? We have
brown sugar
achieved
president.
the hierarchy, the pinnacle of purest racial equality, sexual equality. We have had a apparently black woman who has my complexion. Literally, I am the same complexion as Kamala Harris, and she's
Well,
black.
now you have your Halloween costume.
Hey, I think people just want to be part of herstory.
Well, so that's what I was saying.
Okay.
We've had two elections in a row where people were voting
Alec,
against
Alec,
somebody, not voting for somebody.
drop the exposure on your camera. Come more to our side.
Never.
Add a little more orange. Add a little more brown.
We've had two elections in a row that were anti-elections, right? It was people voting against somebody.
They will always vote against Trump.
But no. They voted against. Shock made a great point that they voted against Hillary in 2016.
They did, yeah.
No, they didn't turn out for Hillary. Difference.
I think most people in the middle anti-vote more than anything. It's like, yeah, I'm not interested in politics. Oh, but I don't want her being president. Oh,
they do say
that's what
that
gets the
Hillary
most
won the
moderate.
popular in 2016, though, too. So,
oh yeah, that's true.
She did have people show up. It was just that, as far as the Electoral College goes, that the allocation for the delegates.
That was the Russians, though.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. We had 3 long years of that.
Damn you, Lord Chen.
Obviously, before any of our times.
Hot Canadian bitch.
Oh man.
Asian hate.
Stop it.
I know this is way before any of our times, even mine. Chicken in every pot, right? Remember chicken in every pot?
Yep, chicken in every pot. Yep.
All right. Kamala, blowjob in every bathroom. So
let's go.
She won in a landslide.
I'll bring the knee pads.
The Willie
these
Brown
guys are all
campaign.
wait. We got to reconsider, boys. This is not.
Imagine if they did like
It's making
mail-in
sense
ballots
now.
and they just asked you if you would smash Kamala, and if you say yes,
No.
they just put you down as you voted for her.
Smash or pass is the vote.
Vote, mail it in.
That's her hat. You got MAG on one side and Smash or Pass on the other.
Wait. What if we put in Melania?
Oh, I'd say
Wait, I thought it was
Does
a
that
meme.
mean she becomes president or Trump?
Oh no, she's just the face.
Donna
Oh,
would be the Jill. Would be the Jill to
Wait,
run the
who are they
show.
going to put on Kamala's side? They're not going to put Hillary in. Are they going to put Taylor Swift in? No, girl's got no ass. What the fuck are you going to do that?
That's
shit?
true.
Who else you
Kneeling for
got?
Kamala. I like it.
There has to be an attractive freaking girl on the left. You just have to look real hard.
Just look at Hollywood in general. I'm sure you can find one.
It's only AOC and she has a horse face.
Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson's probably Kamala person.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
You're Scarlett Johansson.
So we are at almost the 4-hour mark. What do we think if we just do closing thoughts and wrap this shit up?
Do the memes. Put them in the private chat. How long?
wanna
You got
more.
memes?
Yeah, I put a bunch of them. I would play them, but they would sit there and glitch the whole damn time.
Oh, is these all the
So,
links you've been sending? All right. Hold on. Let me
some of them are
pull
good.
up some memes. I gotta hide my DMs.
Yeah. Don't want to show all the dick pics you're sending now.
It's all the dick pics.
You're gonna dox me in the hills that I live nearby that are on fire currently.
Oh, if Kamala was still your AG, there'd be many prisoners to put it out.
That's true. I'm voting for Kamala then, so my grandma can breathe right.
That needs to be a fucking commercial. I'm sorry.
It should.
I have no
Somebody
idea
should
what we're
run
getting
that in
into.
California. Yeah.
Impeach Newsom. We want to run Kamala. She wouldn't let the hills burn.
For the final part of the debate, we asked each of the two candidates to choose a song that best describes the opposing candidate.
I love Trump. Looks like
We will
he
now
likes
play
to
the song President
This is
Trump
so good.
picked, that he thinks best describes Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Oh, she knows it. He knows it.
All right, there goes.
That was
You know what
pretty
he's
good.
thinking? You know what he's thinking? She let me grab her by the pussy. I think she would. I think she would.
I feel so sorry for all those pussies that are being cooked by the Haitians and in Springfield.
So good.
She doesn't grab her long
so
as
many,
I called
so many
myself really
good
dumb.
pussies being cooked. That's wrong. Donald Trump will always protect the pussies.
Yeah, this is the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hey, David! Go, David! No! What are you doing? No, David!
Get her out.
Get her out! Get her out of here.
There's also the video of the lady and the cat thing to the proof Kevin Sorbo dropped.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to show that one. I just
Static replying.
Yeah,
to a
that's
lot
just
of
that's
Pierce's
like
people.
police interaction is basically what that one
Yeah.
is. So it's not really a
We've got-
meme there.
We've got fart swell.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Show me on the dollar meme.
This dude had a ridiculous breakdown.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
He was going for the fucking Oscar with that one.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
It
I have
was
a
so
question.
sad.
I
Mr.
have a
Chairman, I hope
question.
you're okay.
Yeah.
Which Trump
At which point the chairman should
generated-
go, dude, are you okay? It's a fucking meme. It's a joke.
I know.
All right. Eric, do you have a problem? Have you not had enough Chinese pussy lately? Can we help you?
Oh my god.
That'd be funny.
Look at that echo chamber. Wait, when
You
it
know,
comes to
I
the
actually-
AI,
I met Brick Suit Guy at the RNC.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
When it comes to the AI Trump memes, which ones are better, the cat and duck ones or the CIA arresting him?
The cat and duck ones
I think
are
the cat,
funny.
I think the
Yeah.
cat
cat and duck, I think recency bias.
It's so ridiculous.
Let me see where I know.
That one's from Isaac. He
Wait,
posts that on our
yeah.
Discord.
Legitimately,
And
the
Neil,
fact,
I
that,
know.
the fact that Eric Swalwell legitimately had a fucking breakdown in Congress
Over
over fucking meme, dude. I mean,
It's so good. I love
get
it.
some medicine. Go to a therapist. It's called a joke, Mr. Chairman. How can you post this? Oh my god!
They've been breaking down.
If I was Sherman, I go
for 6 years.
I go.
It's a cat,
Eric, dude, it's a joke. It's a joke, dude. It's a joke. You okay? It's okay. Do you want to order some Chinese?
Ooh, wait. Is there cat?
You want some mushu popo?
Want some Xing Shang Fong?
We got one last meme, and this is from the Dilly meme team, and they're usually fucking
Trades
fire.
cats for secrets.
Hello and welcome to the ABC News presidential debate. I'm your moderator, David Muir,
This is
and this is my
scary.
co-moderator, Lindsay Davis.
I ain't dying.
She didn't do shit. Let's be honest. She didn't do shit. Why'd you backseat the black woman, ABC?
I didn't see that coming.
That's great.
Oh shit.
Okay. Well, anyway, the rule for the debate is having microphones off so there are no interruptions. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. Kamala, when you become president, how will you fix the economy?
David, I am speaking.
Wait, what? I'm the moderator. I'm not finished asking the question.
Excuse me, I'm speaking, David.
Okay, I see that. Guys, how did her microphone get unmuted before I was done asking the question?
David, I am a strong black woman. I demand to be heard.
Okay, fuck this, I'm out. Lindsay, you can deal with this. I quit.
Dying. I'm
Oh shit.
Oh, that's good.
I love how Trump was on the
legitimately.
left, like muted but saying wrong in the microphone.
muted.
Legitimately.
Oh, man, that was great.
So before everyone, I legitimately could see Trump saying, "Honestly, I didn't know Kamala Harris is black." I mean, she skin tone wise does not look black.
Not,
Which would
She
be the
looked-
definition.
That
Yeah,
that
look-
was the what?
mixed. She looks mixed.
Oh,
I 100%
she's
agree.
definitely a mixed race.
Turns out
Her,
she is a
her,
mixed.
her mother
What
is
is it, black?
Indian. Her mother's Indian and her
Good
father's
bullshit.
Jamaican. But literally, I mean, like my skin color now looks the same as Kamala Harris.
But do we know, is her father black? Or
Her
is he
father's
just Jamaican?
Her father's Jamaican.
No. Jamaican is a nationality, not
Yeah,
a skin
not a
color
race.
or a race.
Okay, so this is something I was doing on last night on Static Stream in the chat. So this is a whole thing about African American versus black. So I think, in my understanding, is African American has a specific heritage behind it. African American in this nation, my understanding for the most part, is that when you say you're an African American, you are a descendant of a person who was formerly enslaved by this nation when
I think
slavery
that-
was a thing.
I think that's inaccurate. I think that if you're an African American, you're somebody like Elon Musk who immigrated to the United States from Africa.
You're talking
Otherwise,
technical. Right, but I'm talking cultural.
is
I'm talking cultural.
truth, and that's all that really
Yeah,
matters.
but this is the cultural definition because then Charlize Theron is an African American as well.
Listen, I'm fighting a war in the culture right now, so I refuse to capitulate to the other side's
Yeah,
definition.
your war is worth nothing, sir.
And
Your war's-
it's where all
I
the
know.
battles
If she was
start,
black,
brother.
she wouldn't be African. She'd still be from Afro Caribbean or whatever descent.
What I'm saying is the way
stupid.
the way the term African American is taken, from my understanding of this nation, African American is someone whose family was brought to this country through the slave trade and then subsequently was freed through the Emancipation Proclamation signed by the Democratic president, because we all know Abraham Lincoln was a Democrat because Republicans don't do this type of shit. Democrat Abraham Lincoln signed it, and then the very racist Republican Ku Klux Klan later on in the late 1800s tried to suppress it. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But so African American to me has a very cultural distinction. Not I totally agree. Elon Musk is technically African American, but the way that the leftists, the left side wants to say African American, black people is those who were brought to this nation through descendants of the slave trade. So technically speaking, we have never had an African American president in this nation. Barack Obama was a black president. Technically, he was a biracial president. Half black, half white. His father was
Half right?
African. Right.
Half right.
Hey, shut up. I'm fucking drinking.
I liked Obamacare, but bombing kids is too far.
I didn't like
Yeah.
Obamacare because it ended up
didn't
costing
either.
me a fuck ton of money to get almost no coverage.
I honestly think we should have bombed those Stranger Things
houses.
kids. They're annoying
If
me.
you believe taxation is theft, you have to hate Obamacare because that's all it was.
It
Was a tax.
It was holding.
Well, anyway,
people
the bottom
hostage.
line is Kamala Harris may be black, but she's not African American.
Hey,
In
no,
the
no,
sense-
no. Kamala
I don't
Harris
even
might
think
be
she's
black,
black.
but she ain't
I don't even
right.
think she's black. I think she is Indian and she's passing.
Jamaican?
That's all it is. I do think that was probably his worst part of the debate is jumping into that because even though it's completely legitimate what he's pointing out and everyone knows it, everyone talks about it, it's probably
he didn't
not the
have to
best
go
thing
there.
because he fell right into the trap of her being able to
Yep.
say he's so racist.
Yeah.
So that would probably be his weakest point is just
That
addressing
was,
that.
and
Doesn't
we
matter
all
if it's
said
true.
it was like you hit the trap, dude. You fell in the trap.
Don't trigger the trap. Okay, Static, we're closing this down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go around the horn. Everyone tell people where they can find you, what you're going to be doing this week. We'll start off there at the bottom with Hayden. What you got going on this week, man?
So tomorrow, I will be on Late and Gay with the GCA as I have officially joined the ranks of the lates and the gays at this point.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I don't know if ABF
Converted 'em.
wants to- Yeah, but I mean, tomorrow we may or may not have a very special announcement. Not that I have joined, but another announcement that we've been kind of cooking up.
Getting later and gayer?
Yeah, maybe only slightly later, but a lot more gay. But tune in for that. And I am at Hayden Wayne 75 on YouTube and on Twitter. Follow me there. I make videos when I can. And once I hit 500 subs, I will start doing live streams as well. Thank you guys for inviting me on tonight. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you for coming, man.
being here, man.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we got Duke Devil 95. What do you got going on this week, Brad?
My channel is Duke Devil 95. You can sometimes see me post videos, which I finally got around to doing this week after a month of not doing videos. Thank you to my job for 2 people leaving the office and giving me 20 cases out of nowhere. But I've actually got to do a video about, believe it or not, the Acolyte. Somehow it's back. Otherwise, you can see me every week on Wednesday night is overbooked on Legion Talks and Joker Voice channel, where we talk about WWE and postulate on what's happening in professional wrestling. I will be seeing it again Thursday nights on Static's weekend pregame show. Sometimes I show up on Fridays and Saturdays on some other streams. May not happen this week. Hopefully going to get some videos out. But yeah, that's where you can find me. And my Twitter is my name because I did it before I realized way back in the day this had become a thing. 2009, I am still at Bradley Burnette.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Could have been worse than you could have been like Horny Bro 69 or some shit like
that.
I would have never done Horny Bro 69 because it's born in 73 and Horny Bro 73.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some dude out there really regretting his name because he's all like, just something crude and just like,
I
"Ah, it'll
can't
never
change
matter,
it
never
now.
matter.
And I'm running for Congress.
Yeah.
Actually, that's more votes for him, honestly.
I'm Pussy Slayer 57 on, like it's like, damn, dude. Shock.
2028, Pussy Slayer.
yeah. Shock, what you gonna be doing this week? Where can people find you, man?
Not much, just the usual pregame and the pub. And yeah, good show, guys. Good coverage. Had a lot of fun. A good panel tonight, man. Hope everyone in the chat had fun and have a good night.
Yep. Thanks for coming on. Next up, we have Alec Baldwin's Finger. What you gonna be doing this week, and where can people find you, man?
Next Monday, I'm gonna have my live stream of Off the Hip. Wednesday, I'll be live on, or tomorrow, I'll be live on Late and Gay with the GCA. Also, if I ever do run for, office, they're gonna look at my Twitter account and say, "Who is Machine Gun Booty Clap?"
It's hired. They're gonna look at your wall and go, "What the F?"
I'll vote for you just for that.
Hell yeah.
All right. And we have to say, for the people who had to leave, Green-Haired Anti-Liberal, follow her, check out her Thursday show. Actually, she's moving it to Wednesday. Cooking the Book. She's just starting Journey to the West, I believe, is her next book that's going to be up. So do check out her content. We have Drew Outstanding. He is a frequent guest on many of our channels. So check him out at his Twitter. All of the info is in the description. Just look and they'll be their YouTube and their Twitters and all that junk. And then MoZamboni, same thing. He's on the Late and Gay, so check that out. And then as for me, Devil Made Me Do It. You're either on my channel or Statics. If you're on Statics, come over and subscribe to Beelzehub. We do every Friday going into Saturday is Beelzehub Pub. Very late show, but we have a lot of fun doing that. I've brought back Get Ranked every other Tuesday, and then the opposite Tuesday is Wrong Think, my political show. We do a lot of stuff like this, just minus the debate part. And then do check out Devil's Angels. Start doing reviews with Green-Haired Anti-Liberal, Scream Queen Selena, and Tiny But Fierce. We've been doing movies. We just had the third one, The Fog, come out. Go check it out. You'll really enjoy them. It's just friends watching movie together and then critiquing the shit out of it. And that's it for me. Static, what do you got going on this week?
So yeah, tomorrow you might find me over on Horny Alf's channel playing World of Warships. That depends on if I'm able to get the show prep for my Thursday show, the weekend pregame, where you see Shock and Duke and Devil when he gets his schedule all rearranged again. He'll come back. This Thursday, we're going to be talking about kind of like a culture war update. We had a bunch of major wins, and I want to take a look at some losses and just, get a temperature of what people think is actually going on with that, because there were some pretty big wins. And yeah, it's just fun to talk about that stuff. You can find me on Ball Busters on Dermy Wormy's channel on Fridays, and then we do the Saturday Chatterday thing. And then Monday night is my more political Washington, D.C. centered show called Monday Night Bloodbath, where we do what you see here. Yeah. Wanna say thanks to the chat while I go and chill myself over on your channel?
Good.
I just got to drop my link
all
over there.
Right. Well, thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to the people in the chat for coming, hanging out with us, watching this, and realizing how truly effed we are. And we'll use the same outro we do for most of my shows. See y'all